morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome to the final day of Law 2.0 and Money 2.0 conference here in Dubai. Just like in the past 2 days, day 3 is also packed with engaging sessions by the global leaders of the industry. Before starting the day, I would like to extend my gratitude once again to our gold sponsor, FidiPay, and iBlockchain, our silver sponsor. Your invaluable support has helped make this event a success so far, and for that, we are immensely grateful. Without taking any more of your time, let's begin the first session of the day. Having access to financial services like bank accounts and loans can make all the difference in achieving economic mobility. Join us for this panel discussion where experts explore the impact of being unbanked and how the industry's leading professionals can make a difference in their communities. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our panelists for this discussion. Sari Kasim, MENA Region Leader for Government Blockchain Association. Welcome, sir. Next, we have Ramasri Kara, Founder, Investment Advisor for Her Money Services. Welcome. Our next panelist is Sanjeev Gathani, CEO of BBG APAC. Welcome, Sanjeev. Next, we have Julien Achille Agbe, Chairman of EIC Corporation. Welcome, Julien. And last but not least, Mr. Ahmed Ode, Chief Executive Officer for Abu Bakr Salem Advocates and Legal Consultants. All right, panelists, so you have your microphones there on the table. You can just switch it upwards to click it on. And moderator, you will have the timer in front of you, and the last 10 minutes will be for questions from the audience. Perfect. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Hi. Okay. So it's the final day, and I guess everybody is having a lot of pleasure here in this event. And I wish you could enough coffee because this is a hot topic. It's I believe this topic is not related to money or law. It's more a humanitarian topic because we are talking about the other half of the people on this planet, the unbanked and the underbanked. And before I start with our great panelists, I will just make a small introduction. There is a report came from GDSP in United States, a regulatory body, and I'm abstracting just a small paragraph. Globally, there are an estimated 3.5 billion people who are excluded, unbanked or underbanked from the traditional financial system. The reasons behind financial exclusion vary, but these include insufficient funds to operate an account, minimum balance requirements for traditional banking account, religious reasons, cost of financial services relative to income, and physical proximity to traditional banking institutions, as well as lack of necessary personal ID, passport, driving license, etc. Although increasing financial sector participation and access to finance requires a multi-pronged approach, including education and community engagement, but technological innovations and the opportunities presented by digital assets to bridge this gap should not be overlooked. End of this abstract. So with that, let me just show you some of the figures in the screen. That's almost 53% to 3.5 billion of the people are unbanked and underbanked. How could we solve this? The other figure here is around the ownership of a cryptocurrency in the world. I will just focus in the yellow one. Worldwide, we have 12.3% acquisition or ownership in a cryptocurrency in the globe. So, with that figures and what is behind it, I will start with our great panelists. Let's start with Mr. Ahmed Oude. He's one of the second generation lawyers, and he is a legal crypto certifier and also in the regulation of cryptocurrency. Mr. Ahmed, what do you think the financial systems could be doing as a traditional financial system to make more in the financial inclusion for the unbanked? And do you think the new digital currencies like cryptocurrency and other virtual asset service providers would help on this matter?
Thank you, Sari. That's a loaded question. So I'm going to start with the basics first. Why is it that somebody from Nigeria can send a movie to someone in Malaysia, but he can't send a single dollar without having to go through a payment system and getting a bank to take 12% as their cut from the transfer? That's the idea behind sort of helping the unbanked people. Not to say that traditional banking systems are bad or they're not sort of serving the unbanked in the way that is sort of what we want, but of course technologies have to be sort of available to help the banking systems today. What's happening now is that blockchain, cryptocurrency, all these technologies are coming into play, and they're trying to sort of gel with the regulatory industry in the UAE and abroad, with the financial system to help the unbanked people get in the financial industry. It's taking place slowly but surely, but I do believe that there is got to be one or two digital payment processors out there that's going to take this as an Uber and take over the communities, the big unbanked communities like Indonesians, like Philippines, in order to spread the word. Personally, and in my business, we have a lot of people coming from Arab countries like Lebanon, Syria, that have immense difficulty transferring money in and out of the country. And they have no idea that these types of systems are happening. And that education needs to start from today. And when it does, I think it's going to have a major impact.
It is. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. My next question for Mr. Julian Agby. Julian is the CEO of EIC Corporation and founder. Julian, do you think blockchain industry and the decentralized or distributed ledger technologies could help to assist the traditional financial system?
Thank you. So just to go a lot with you, as you're saying, to the technologies like blockchains comes to break and to connect the bridge that you have today. The world today is changing, is moving from like a cashless society today. So we have a lot of terms of people all over the world. And the question to help our populations to grow up, to be well-being, is a question that can be realized through technology. I would like to give you some figures. You will see that in most of emerging countries, in Africa, in Europe, as well, even here in UAE, we can observe that there is a very few rate of literacy, financial literacy for people. I can estimate this to 5 to 20% when you compare this rate to Western economies who are more developed. That is the one thing. The second thing is about the national shareholding. It's like we are depending a lot for overseas investment. In the contrary, we see that there is a people, there is a kind of purchasing power for the populations, but how people are not playing the role to sustain and support the economy. The problem is like there is as well the lack of financial education for them to help them to understand how the economy is running, how I can, of course, invest or sustain any business, because it's the role of our population of citizens to participate into the economy. Without this, it's not possible. And last things, like a lot of businesses fails with funding of working capital because of that as well. So the problem of having a very well-designed corporate structures for companies is an issue as well. When being said this, the question is how we are going to solve this problem. And I think the technology can be a solution, of course, because blockchain impact is to digitalize everything and to make, when you take the example of blockchain impact into the economy or into the currencies or into the securities, it is the same effect. It creates more liquidity. It makes the securities, the financial access, the digital access be more accessible to people.
Yeah, thank you, Julian. That's great comments. But do you think it is easy to, let's say, make a connection between the blockchain or the future technology? And this is for Sanjeev, maybe, to answer us. By the way, Mr. Sanjeev Gathani is the CEO of PPG. Mr. Sanjeev, the blockchain is a decentralized technology, and the traditional financial systems is a centralized. There is a huge gap between both systems. How could we match them together, if we can, in your opinion?
Thank you for the question, and thank you everyone that is here on the last day, on a Sunday at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's not easy to wake up. So to answer the question, when we talk about the traditional banking and the new, right, the blockchain, now to me, technology is an enabler, right? It's bringing people and monies together, right? Like my fellow panelists have mentioned, like he mentioned Nigeria, right? I would just like to share a live example. So I work for a pharmaceutical company where I am the chief compliance officer, chief HR officer, chief internal auditor, chief assistant to the chairman of the company and the MD. But I only got one salary. So in case you're all thinking I got 4 salaries, no, I only got 1 salary. So to make the long story short, we have a factory in Myanmar. And as you all know, Myanmar, the country, it's under sanction by United Nations, IMF, and including Financial Assistance Task Force. Now, when we want to move money, if you look at the traditional way, you cannot move money, right? Because the traditional, all the banks, whether it's the corresponding bank, receiving bank, sending bank, they block. So what does my boss do? It's unbanked money, no? I'm not talking about 2 million here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking hundreds of millions. So basically, all of you who are from the subcontinent, you know the concept of hawala money, right? Or money mules, they call it. So that's exactly what he did. Now, technology is there. He can use, but when you use technology, there's always the flip side, and my fellow panelists will mention, including the lady on my right, she will take up this point later, that technology leaves a trail, right? There's an audit trail to it. And when there's an audit trail, that means you know ultimately who the beneficial owner is of that account or that money. For the fact that it's unbanked, you don't want people to know. So when I told my boss, sir, why don't you do this way? He says, Sanjeev, in Hindi he talks to me, but I won't talk in Hindi, I'll speak in English. He says, I don't want people to know. That's the reason why I'm doing this. And if I look at what my moderator at easily presented the figures, the amount of unbanked money is a lot out there. And you just have to look at what happened in India when they demonetized the currency, right? And why the then Prime Minister and still Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, he locked all the politicians in the room because they were the people that has the most unbanked money, right? So I think technology is there to help. And the key point, like what he has mentioned, education. People need to understand, because when you put into the financial system, The money comes there, you pay taxes, the benefits comes back to you all. But a lot of time, we think the other way around. So technology is definitely there. Blockchain is there to stay. I don't think it's going to die. It's only going to get more complicated. And regulators are struggling, right, to come to terms with it. So I think I won't talk anymore. If not, I'll talk too much. So I'll pass on back.
No problem. Thank you so much. That's excellent, Sanjeev. Let me now ask Ms. Ratnashri Kara. She is the founder of Hair Money and she's investment advisor. Ms. Kara, what do you think the future will look like for the unbanked?
So when we talk about the unbanked population, I think worldwide, 60% of the unbanked is actually women. And I work in the space of women empowerment. I'm not great at technology or understanding all the technology language that is going on. But I think what is important to understand, if 60% women are unbanked, that's a huge chunk of money which is not being accounted for. And definitely you should care about it. Now the question is, of course, we've already seen in the last couple of years, especially during COVID, my own personal experiences with women whom I work with, as well as women across. A lot of the unbanked money comes from, domestic help, etc. in India. I'm sure in Dubai also I see a lot of people where the cash transactions are very high on these. And all of that went completely unaccounted. Thanks to COVID in a very the sense that the whole concept of mobile banking and all the transactions that you could do, we actually have seen a lot of new bank accounts being opened so that they can do transactions and do it smoothly. So that number is definitely improving, whether we do it in a decentralized way or a centralized way. It is important that it get accounted. If you look at the statistics in India itself, $3,300 billion is Indian GDP, with only 18% of that coming from women. If we simply grow that number, Indian GDP can be unmatched. And if you talk about the unbanked, which is not even being accounted for, you can imagine the growth that we are talking about in India alone. If you look at similar data across the world, it's different, but again, the Indian population and the women contribution as unbanked is critical. Coming back to one last point that I would like to say is, a lot of the unbanked money also comes, whether it comes from men or wherever, it gets, especially in India, we do a lot of gold and real estate, and a lot of that happens through cash transactions, which is again completely unaccounted. So over to you.
Thank you, Kara. Going back to you, Ahmed, regarding the regulation. Regulation is important, especially in this stage, to protect the investors, whoever in the crypto or in any other digital assets. What do you think is required from law firms and regulatory bodies to provide to this industry more?
So what is required from regulatory bodies to do what exactly?
Again?
What was your question regarding?
Yeah, the regulatory bodies.
Yeah.
Just like as a law firm, what do you think we need more regulations to this industry? As you know, before 2 weeks, SPF and the FTX is already hacked, and a lot of people lost their money.
He just got arrested.
He's arrested now. Yeah.
He's facing probably 100 years in prison. Okay, so I provide regulations in crypto, a course for crypto regulations, and one of the sort of major factors of what's happening right now in global regulation is something called travel rules. I'm going to try to simplify it as much as I can, right? It's this travel rule guideline is based out of the FATF, for the Financial Task Force. It's a body which is sitting in Paris, and they're the ones that are sort of passing out judgments, even though they're a not unenforceable body, but they're the ones that put all the countries, okay, you're on the white list, you're on the black list, and you're on the gray list. Guess where UAE is? UAE, yeah, it's on the gray list, right? So hasn't been doing so well so far as far as the global eye is concerned. But the regulations or at least the guidelines that have been issued by FATF are pretty clear, they're very well documented, and one of the guidelines is travel rules, where every country in the world is trying to abide by. And what is a travel rule? Is very simply, where every financial institution has to now report any transfers that are over $1,000 to their local bodies, right? And that includes the unbanked, right? They want to accommodate the unbanked as part of those guidelines. So if banks have to comply with them, similarly, all these sort of digital payments that we're seeing today that are going to fall in line with the banking system, they have to comply as well. Now, Hawala is always going to be there. The big people, I don't consider them as unbanked. They definitely have access to the financial system since they have immense amount of capital. But the ones that don't have access because they're coming in from sanctioned countries to begin with, and they can't even have their own bank accounts. They're the ones that also have to comply under these guidelines. But it's going to be through those digital payment systems. The good thing is about blockchain is that it's transparent. It's you can audit it yourself if you have a bit of technical expertise, and it should be in line with the regulations. What law firms have to do is, we're also under compliance by AML regulations, but law firms also have to look out for companies that are not complying, right? Using those guidelines, we as firms and other auditors as well, they have to do that. We have to work with people that are transparent, that understand what the guidelines are about, and that they do not sort of violate any of these regulations. That's as much as we can do.
Great. Julian, a lot of people says you cannot regulate innovation. What do you think?
Yeah, so as you said, innovation is a process of creation. It's like we come to create something which does not exist before. So that is all about innovation. Of course, when it is something new, it may not be a regulation to support this. And this is exactly what blockchain is, I think. Because when you consider this technology at the beginning of the creation of that technology, it had been going to solve, I dare say, the problem of confidence, of transparencies. And to the mind of the authors of this technology, is going to be like non-regulated because it's based on the consensus that everyone in the chain has to adopt and to validate the transaction. That's all about the blockchain. But to the other side, I think regulation is something very important because it gives trust, it gives securities, and it allows finally even the investors, the actors, the companies to be secure, because it's very important to build a kind of security environment to help sustain this technology sales. So from my perspective, when looking to what FTX has done with the collapse, it's not more about the technology itself who have defeated. The problem with FTX was the question of corporate governance, I think. It's not the technology which is defeated. So for this side, I think the national authorities for financial markets need to create kind of a label to even the lawyers to be supporting this innovation, not to defeat, not to stop, but just to allow. Because when you create something new, we don't know this impact, but we know that it's going to help lives of thousands of people all over the world. So I think we need to support to let them express themselves, not to say we need to regulate first before you implement. That is not going to work. No, we need to let all the innovators, all the creators deal with their innovation. And at the end of the day, then I think the regulator can come, try to put some guideline to structure everything. This is what I think about regulation of technology.
Amazing. Another entry barriers for the unbanked is the interest rates that keep up and inflation, and the people they cannot even there's a lot of people in areas in the world, they cannot even think about the bank. They think about what to eat today. That's all of they can think about. So as this entry barriers, Mr. Sanjeev, the interest rate and the inflations, we are now in a time that if you put your money in the bank, it's going to get you more money than investing it in an economic growth project. How we could eliminate these entry barriers for the unbanked, and what's your suggestions?
Thanks for the question again. It's a great question. So when we talk about unbanked money, right, and we are talking about, like what my fellow panelists have said, it's not those corporates that they have access, but they don't want to use the system. So now we are talking about the totally unbanked, where these people don't even have access, right? Or we are trying to get them to come into it. Now to open a bank account now, so I don't know about in many countries, but I know in Singapore, where today if you want to open a bank account, right, it's so difficult because the amount of regulation and the KYC and the KY whatever that they do, it just drives you up the wall, right? So that's why in Singapore now, today we have got virtual banks, right? We have got virtual currencies, which the regulators are trying to figure out what to do, right? And they are trying to tap on the unbanked. Exactly like what my fellow panelists said, there are women, because there are a lot of women in Singapore who are working, who are previously working, they stepped aside, became mothers, and then they do their own side business. Whether they bake cookies or they give tuition or whatever. All that money, they never bank it in. It's purely sitting under the pillow. And then they spend it. So the government also is trying to encourage people. So I think the key here is educating. And second point I would like to make, I think the financial institutions have to use what I call CS. CS is not company secretary. Yeah? For those of you who think it is, no. Anyone wants to make a guess what is CS? All the smart people in this room who are way smarter than me. Common sense. Common sense is so much lacking in today's world. So the financial institutions have to realize that when a person, let's say this young lady comes to the bank, puts the money, gives, okay, you ask the relevant questions. I'm not saying don't, but don't drive this person nuts by telling fill up 10,000 different forms, asking so many questions that this person is overwhelmed, and then they don't even want to open the bank account. They say, I'd rather keep the money. So I think banks have to understand, or FIs, that what is the demographics of the person, what questions you're going to ask, and keep it simple. Like they say, simplified due diligence. Don't go overkill. Now I think most of the FIs have gone over the roof. And it'll be very interesting to see in the UAE what happens, because they are now in the list, right? And I think UAE is now coming all out, fining companies, fining law firms, fining everyone, right? So it'll be fantastic to see what happens, but education and common sense is required if you want to get this unbanked money to come, and technology will help. And I think that's very important, because today, my last point before I keep quiet, everybody has a mobile phone. Even the poorest of the poorest of the poorest has the mobile phone, right? And today, not the last joke of the day, but maybe, when you wake up every morning, the first thing you look for is what? Your mobile phone, right? That's the reality of life. So the mobile has become our necessity. So I think that is going to help.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Mr. Ratna, do you agree that technology is going to help the unbanked, or it's going to be another barrier in front of them?
No, technology is actually helping the unbanked. That's exactly, I think I completely agree with Sanjeev. That is exactly what has happened in recent times, when the poorest, and women more so, I'm very happy to see that difference, because those who had the fear of, in a lot of places, because of the socio-economic conditions that they come from, traveling to the bank was difficult. getting permission from family to travel to the bank. Let's not talk about, you know, traveling by itself being a problem. So how do we get them to get into the banking system? So technology has helped in the fact that you can do it on your mobile. You have apps, and I see people using those apps all the time, where today payments, you know, which they receive are all online. I'm very happy to see that difference being made, and that difference goes into the rural population of the country. So it's an amazing difference that has been made. Of course, more technology will get them more access. Right now, I'm not even, that is why for me, it's not about decentralization or centralization. I think the fact that they are getting included is a huge thing. So that is one aspect. The other aspect that Sanjeev spoke about, KYC, I think, you know, before COVID, we were still doing documentation for KYC, physical documentation. And a lot of that has gone off today. I think we do it all online. So that has become easier. The whole fact that in India we have the Aadhaar and the PAN and the linking, again, it has its own challenges in terms of data security. But just the fact that it eases the way you work. So I think technology and inclusion, they definitely go hand in hand. We have to have better technologies to ensure data privacy, but at the same time, you know, having that technology has enabled people to do the right things. So it's an evolving process, and I think we have to evolve into it, but that's where I look at it.
Amazing. Let us see if our audience have any questions, comments. Please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is a very, very interesting topic. So personally, I'm quite confused actually when it comes to cryptocurrency. Should I follow Warren Buffett, who is saying that this is an unproductive asset, or to go after Elon Musk, who sometimes vouch for Bitcoin, then Dogecoin, then he forgets everything and goes to Twitter? The issue for me is how the cryptocurrency in the unregulated framework, okay, and in the sphere of actually AML requirements, how can we protect the people? How we can educate the people to understand how to invest in crypto and not to end up investing in FTX. And now the Sam is exposed to 125 years of imprisonment, but I'm not taking any value as an investor. So how can we protect the investors? How we can protect the general legal regime and the regulatory framework, whether at the domicile perspective or international aspects, and how can, let's say, if the cryptocurrency will be the future or something like CBDC will be the future with some sort of fine-tuning and lifting a little bit of the regulator or the government involvement in, say, the CBDC versus the unreal involvement in the crypto. Sorry, there is plenty of that comes after that, but if we can start with this, because there's, you know, another follow-up question related to this part. So if I would like maybe to start with Ahmed on the regulatory part, if you can take that.
Just a clarification, Doctor. Do you mean cryptocurrencies or blockchain related companies that operate with the financial system?
Let's focus on the crypto per se, not the blockchain parts, because this is my main concern, actually.
All right, okay. There are several guidelines and white papers that have been issued by the World Economic Forum. They're all publicly available. You can just go to wef.org and you can download them. They're amazing bedtime reads, for me at least. And they talk a lot about promoting stability and innovation in the the fintech sector, whilst not stifling innovation, right? So they want to promote regulation and not stifle innovation. Sorry, and also, you know, consumer protection, because when you look at the unbanked people, once they enter into the banking system, you don't expect them to understand what a scam is, what a fraud is, what's a fake cryptocurrency, what's a fake token, what's a security-backed token, what's a commodity. It's going to take a bit of time. And how cryptocurrencies are going to be sort of held to account, I think this is something that initially, I'm sorry to counteract what you said, initially I think that they should fall in line with traditional financial systems for the moment, until such time where regulation can catch up to the technology. Because right now, there's a big, big divide between the tech and regulation. And as you rightfully said, you know, how do you know if you can trust them? At the moment, seeing is what we can see with the climate today in crypto, you can see that, you know, almost, with the exception of Bitcoin, no project can be fully trusted. And we should approach it with extreme caution. So whether you're considering investing in cryptocurrencies within the sort of the ambit of regulation or not today, this is completely up to you. Of course, no financial advice, but I would love to see regulation come into force, you know, as soon as possible, globally, to counteract this. And I hope I kind of answered your question. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, to some a great extent. Thank you very much. So in general, how can we transform the cryptocurrency to have a real output value and to have some sort of control over it in terms of the value part, and not the value to be determined by someone that I don't know?
Very good question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I just add to Dr. your point, right? Or to your question and to what he has said. Like, I give you an example in Singapore. So Singapore, as you know, is the financial hub for Asia, right? So except for Switzerland, so we don't talk about Europe first. So what the Monetary Authority of Singapore has done is that they have called for a consultation paper. They got the industry players and they got the public. And what the basic essence of it, doctor, is that they've asked that you need to understand first before you invest in crypto, what is the underlying intent behind? What is it that you're trying to achieve, right? What is your objective? If your objective is ease of business, right, or bring the thing into the financial system, like what Ahmed had said, you know, bring it, the unbanked to come back into the system, then work on that front and put in the corporate governances that are required to ensure that you are able to trace back. So there is traceability and there's accountability, right? And not do otherwise. So they are also, like what he said, there is a huge gap between where the financial system is and where technology is, right? Technology is way ahead and regulators are basically struggling. And I find that in Singapore, the MAS is very open to say that, look, we are struggling. We really have not come to terms with all this. And now what the regulators are doing in ASEAN is that they are getting tech people to come in, right? Not just the lawyers, so the tech people who have law knowledge and who have business knowledge, so that you embrace these three people and then they understand what regulation to put in. And what they are also doing is that within ASEAN, they are trying to do like what they have done in the EU, right, as one common market. So make it easy for people and currency to move. So we can talk offline if we want more, but it's a very interesting topic.
Great.
Well, I want to add something new as well. From my perspective, I think that technology, crypto, for instance, need to have a mission, clearly. So the customer, the investors, the client, everyone should understand firstly what this crypto is designed for. If you doesn't understand the business model, beyond this, do not buy this crypto anymore. That is a problem. And I think tokenization, as you all know, is a process of representing an asset which exists already, you know. So when I decide to create a security token, it's just to make this asset which exists to be more liquid in order to make this asset be more accessible for everyone, you know. So this is what the technology itself can be like, something very important, you know. So that is a point. The second point, we also have some tokens. We come to solve some utilities. We call them utilities token, for instance. It can be a governance token. It can be like a bills token, it can be whatever you want, something that you want. So I think before going to the exchange, to start trading, those assets, which can be paper game things, to build, to create kind of instability, something like this. I think you need to be careful about this to understand first why this crypto is designed for. And finally, if you take the example of Bitcoin itself, Bitcoin itself, for me, is a payment system. Just to pay, that is the real problem that the Bitcoin is going to solve. So I think the question of the protection, as you say, of the investors, of the people, is linking to the education. If you are not educated about the technology, about the token, about the security, about what they are designed for, do not buy anymore.
Yeah, thank you, Julian. Ms. Ratna.
So I'll answer this question from a completely different perspective. The way, so if you look at money, money seeking growth, that's what an individual wants for their money. If you're looking at technology, technology is trying to make things easy for you, and that's where we are trying to bring technology. If you look at compliance, compliance is trying to do risk protection for you. The three don't always see eye to eye or go hand in hand, and it never will. So at some level, it's the individual who needs to figure out what is important for them. Am I seeking growth and I'm willing to take the risk, and ease of doing transactions is more important. And so based on how you, weigh these three measures, you will take a decision. And that is as simply as I would like to put it, because, there is so much knowledge in every piece, but we all have our comfort zones. Is it technology? Is it ease? Is it growth? Is it safety? And for a lot of people, when safety is important, then compliance is an extremely important part of all of this. So we need to have a balanced view of, what are we seeking out of money.
Thank you, Mr. Ratna. And also, in relation to your question, we believe that the shared land between centralized or traditional financial system and the future, or the cryptocurrency, or you called it decentralization, is a must, because we are living in one world, right? Maybe nobody knows how the future will look like, but I found this in the internet, and it attracts me. A world that having a distributed financial inclusion, include everybody in this planet, and with the banking system or the banks as a validators in that mesh. Will that become true? I don't know, but it's a hope to see the world as a better place.
Inshallah. I hope I'm not taking questions from others. Sorry if you have a question. So just a very minor point. Actually, how can, this maybe relates to crypto and others, but how can we really protect investors in the open trading platforms, especially when it comes to crypto? By example, if I go and invest through eToro and without real knowledge about investments, and I go to invest in crypto, okay, and have margin, leverage, whatever, okay, what will happen and the impact and how that could be controlled from another angle. So control from one side and protection, from another side, where when I enter, just the application, I'll just say accept, accept, accept without reading anything and without really understanding anything. Is there anything that could be done there? Thank you very much.
I would love to answer this question. Okay, first, I want to just dispel a misunderstanding from a lot of people when it comes to investment in crypto. People think when they buy cryptocurrencies, they're actually buying shares of a company. Yeah. That's not the case. You're not buying a security. There's a reason why there are separate exchanges for cryptocurrencies. When you're buying a crypto, you're buying a token of utility, which is not security backed. If I issue a token, let's say, or if I tokenize real estate, I buy a building, I tokenize it, I split it up into parts, and I issue tokens to all you guys, that's a security, because now the tokens that you own represent some type of capital value. But when you buy Ethereum or Solana, you're not buying a share of the company itself. You're buying something that you can utilize for gas fees or to transfer to buy NFTs and all that stuff. It's not the same. Similarly, for exchanges, exchanges are not banks. People don't get to get that sort of wrapped in their heads. They think that Binance is a bank. You can just buy your cryptos and just put it there, or eToro for that matter, and you know, not get hacked or issues. No, it happens. People do get their funds blocked, suspended, stolen from exchanges all the time. And as we've seen with SPF, exchanges do go down. There is now a recurring theme among the you know, within the crypto industry right now. It says, not your keys, not your wallet. If you don't have your own private keys to your cryptocurrency, you are exposed. You are subject to risk. Do not put them on exchanges if you're not trading. If they're sitting there dormant, not doing anything, take them off the exchanges and put them in either DeFi wallets like Exodus or MetaMask, or put it in a hardware wallet. Simple as that. And this way you will 100% mitigate any risk or loss.
That's right. This is how to protect investment, especially with the crypto world, through hard wallet, and you own your keys, you own your money. This is how it goes. But still, there is a lot of debate on this. We know it's a huge topic and complicated. Let's have another question, I guess.
Hello. So conceptually, I agree that cryptocurrency can be a tool to help unbanked people access the global financial systems and engage in trade that they normally wouldn't be able to. Now, unbanked people use cash because it's easy, it's low-tech, and it's cheap, and that's a huge challenge. Unbanked people can't afford the mandatory minimums they need to open bank accounts. So, crypto is pretty high-tech compared to cash. It requires you to have mobile phones, it requires you to have reliable access to internet, it requires you to have reliable access to electricity. And so my question then becomes, are we jumping the gun practically, saying that we need to empower people with crypto? Have we already overcome the challenge of providing people in the poorest parts of the world, the most unbanked people, with access to these necessary technologies they need to engage in cryptocurrency and digital asset trade?
Well, I think crypto for me now is becoming an asset today. Because most of today, the investment fund now is taking cryptos as a kind of an asset. But before all, I think you should know, as an investor, your profile. Like, this is also something that can take to mitigate the risk. You know, there can be some people who have experiences in crypto who understand how running everything. This kind of people, of course, can invest a certain amount of money in this crypto. But for those who doesn't know how this cryptos is running and a lot of things, I think it is better for them to go with free risk, something like this to mitigate. I can have Bitcoin, I can have shares, I can have a bonds, I can have a real estate, You have to have a kind of portfolio, to diversify your portfolio. Not put all your money into the same basket, something like this. So because there is risk anywhere, even in shares, in bonds, everywhere there is a risk. But the risk, which is linking, of course, to crypto assets, are something huge because of what you were just saying about the utilities, about the money, but about as well the way people and the investors sees those crypto, because to their minds, I don't think that they saw it like an asset. They saw it like something which is, trading with kind of race and a lot of things around it. So that is something we have to take into account as well.
Julian. We have 3 minutes, so we need recommendations.
Just to add to your question, sir. It's a very interesting question, and if I can again relate it back to FTX, right, that what happened in Singapore. So for those of you who know FTX, right, Singapore government or the sovereign fund, Temasek, invested huge money in FTX, right? And because this is recorded, there are certain things I can't say. You all need to understand that. Okay, so when Temasek invested, there are a lot of mom and pops who don't even know what is crypto. They only know the spelling, crypto, and they invested, and they lost their pants. And then they went after the government, saying that, you didn't tell us. So I think it boils down back to your triple R play. Your triple R play basically is your risk appetite, your risk tolerance, and your risk capacity. What are you as an individual willing to take, right? And I think the key, my fellow panelists also have mentioned this, it's education. People need to understand, because I had that misconception before I thought crypto was backed by an asset, till my 22-year-old son told me, Dad, you are sleeping. It's not. It's giving you that utility, it's that option, right? That you can use this to do this. And he is playing the space. So I think people really need to understand, and if we are going to bring the unbanked to the bank, I think we should not start with crypto. We should go back to the traditional first. Get the basics right.
Correct.
Right?
I totally
Could I
agree with
clarify
that
my
point.
question just a little bit, if possible? Do we have time?
We don't have time, Sam, unfortunately,
minutes.
but we will answer you.
Sir.
In 30 seconds, each of you, Ms. Ratna, your suggestions or recommendation, just hope, whatever.
So, like I've said, technology has actually enabled a lot of women. I'm in the completely space of women empowerment. That's all I talk about all the time. So, has helped women a lot. So I'm just looking forward to more technology, more ease of doing work for women, and more financial, awareness for women, so that they stop being unbacked and they grow the, economies of the world. Yes.
Mr. Sanjeev, in 30 seconds.
Okay, so my 30 seconds is, please know your triple R, which is your risk capacity, tolerance, and your appetite. And secondly, educate yourself. Don't just follow the Joe Bloke on the street, because you will suffer. That's my free advice to you. And last one, use common sense. When it's too good to be true, it ain't true. Next.
Mr. Julian
One word, educate yourself. Thank you.
and Mr. Ahmed.
With regards to unbanked, allow digital payment systems to be embedded within the traditional financial models until such time where crypto regulations can catch up to technology.
Thank you so much for a great panelists. Thank you so much for our audience. Let's hope the world become a better place.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, panelists. Photo. Yes. Would you like to pose for a photo, perhaps in front of the tables? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Technology and automation are the driving forces behind a lot of the success stories we've seen over the last few years. And in this session, we will learn exactly how they can be used to maximize your profits and help you stay ahead of your competition. We have a great speaker lined up for this session on achieving financial freedom through technology. Please put your hands together for Mohammed Omer Ali, CEO and founder of EasyBot Computer Systems. Welcome, Mohammed. Yeah, this is forward. The timer will be here if you want to keep the last 10 minutes for questions from the audience. Okay? Would you prefer this one or this one? As you wish.
Good morning. And is this working? Good morning again. Good morning. Thank you. Let me use this one. Many people aspire to obtain financial freedom. who doesn't want to get out of debt and be able to afford the lifestyle they always wanted? But sadly, financial tools that leads to wealth generations are not accessible to many. In addition, financial education is also limited. Limited to just how to earn an income, but not to generate a wealth. My name is Muhammad Omar Ali. I'm the CEO and founder of EasyBot, and hopefully throughout this small journey, I'm going to take you through how you can utilize the technology to generate wealth. Before talking about wealth generation in details and financial freedom, let's talk a bit basics. Let's talk about the financial freedom. What do we mean by financial freedom? And what are the levels of financial stats? So let's start from the bottom. Any one of us can be in a different level. So the first one is clarity. You need to really know where you are today financially. Then you build up and reach up to the financial freedom. The second one is security, and you have the definition, stability, flexibility, independence, then financial freedom, and then the last one, which is abundant wealth. Abundant wealth is basically when you're not anymore thinking about money. You can do anything you want at any time that you want, and also you have a wealth that can be cascaded down to generations. This is the simple rule of wealth generations. We're going to get deeper in each part of those. So let's just discuss about them. The first one is you need to invest. Investment is a key. Some people might say that I can save for some time and then make wealth, but how much can you save per month? And how much can you make in 10, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years? You need to invest. The second thing, I heard the panelists talking before me about risk management. Diversification is the key for risk management. They're always saying that the higher return, the higher risk. So the way to go around this one is diversification. Never put your funds or your assets, or your funds in one asset. Always try to diversify as much as you can. The last thing, which is the most important, is compounding. Compounding. Just focus on this word. It's really, really, really important to generate wealth. Because compounding, it means simply take your profit, add it to the capital, and move on. Example. Let's say you are investing in some funds or whatever it is, and you're making, let's say, 12% a year, which is about 1% a month. So if you're not compounding, every year you're going to make the same 12% of your starting capital. But if you're compounding, the 12% is going to be added to the capital, and then your next investment is going to be bigger and bigger and bigger, and then you will have a kind of exponential growth. This example here was given by Susie Orman. She's a financial advisor and the best seller. So what she's saying, she's giving an example of someone who's investing as low as $100 in funds. And those funds are given around 12% a year consistently. So this person was also able to add another $100 every month. So $100 at the beginning, contribution $100 a month, and the return is 12% a year. That's 1% a month. The fourth most important ingredient in this formula is the time. So she's saying that if you do that for 40 years, you're making 1.1 million after 40 years. Now the question is that who does have 40 years? Not many of us. Maybe some of us will have it. But even after 40 years, will you have the health and really the condition to enjoy that amount that you have saved or you have made? So what can we do really to improve this? Now let's take another example of somebody who started a little bit late, 10 years later. So this person had only 30 years. Because you started 10 years later and you had only 30 years, instead of making 1.1 million, you're making as low as 350,000. This is the compounding effect. The earlier you start, the bigger you can make. Let's play around with the ingredients a little bit. What if you could have a vehicle that can make you, instead of 12%, you're making 48%? Now, the same inputs, $100 a month, starting with $100, in just 15 years, you're making 3.024 million. Remember, the first example was 40 years, you're making 1.1 million. Here, 15 years, making 3 millions. Because we have changed the return on investment. Let's play around with other ingredients. What if you start with $2,500 instead of $100, and every month you're adding 250 instead of 100? In a matter of 15 years, it's 10.1 millions. Now the question is, where can I get a vehicle or an investment tool that can make me the 48% a year? Maybe higher or lower, but at least a consistent income of about 40, 48, 50 maybe percent. Now, one of the ways that people are investing, and I have heard people talking about it before I jump in, trading. But the problem with trading is that many people don't have the education how to trade, or they don't have the time. Or maybe even if they have the time and they have the experience, they cannot win all the trades, right? They cannot go against the market. The market is always up and down, regardless of the assets that you're trading. Anyone here have tried trading before? No one? Yeah, I'm seeing someone. Can you share with us what exactly your experience with trading, and have you made a wealth so far?
Obviously, like 2 years back, actually, I have started doing some trading in a different trading platforms. Initially, as you said, is very correct. Lack of knowledge is much much factor, which created a lot of difficulties on the trading platform. However, this made me understand how we can move forward. In the meantime, I found difficulties in technology involvement as well. So there are a lot of different technologies, and the different messages are coming from different sources. That is also the information we have to string the information. We have to find classified all this information, then only we can apply. So not only understanding the basic, we have to move forward to understand how the information we can gather and how we can classify it and use it for our purpose. So what I'm thinking is trading platforms and trading through any other sources. First, we have to understand how we can get the information. Before starting enter into that platform, we have to find the information. Then we can move forward. That's what finally I found it. But it's now giving a better chance for me, and I'm getting a fruitful outcome these days.
Thank you very much. So how about the time that you're spending to trade? How many hours are you trading? And
initially, obviously, it's more, and emotional involvement will come. So
thank you very much. That's what I wanted to get to. Okay. So the normal trading or the traditional trading has many issues, and those are the 10 reasons why users or traders are losing money. One of them, the most important, is human effect. Because when you are trading your own money and you see the assets going down, people tend to close the trades with loss. Not to wait anymore, because if they wait, they feel that the market is going down, and suddenly, once they close it, the market goes up again. So that happens with most of the people. So human emotion is a really important factor, and the other thing is also the time. You cannot really be watching the market 24/7. And the prediction also, you cannot really predict 100% what's the next movement of the market. If I'm able to do that, then I'll be a multi-billionaire in a couple of days. If you know that the market is going just 1%, the next 5 minutes, then you can just put all your money there, make the 1%, and then do it again and again and again, and create that kind of wealth. But unfortunately, the market is not working like this. The market is very risky. and especially the crypto. People were talking about crypto here. So it's really difficult for people to gain profits out of this market. That's where EasyBot comes to play. He was talking also about the technology and about something being difficult to understand and they need education. So that's why we have created EasyBot. It's basically a trading software that does trading on behalf of the users. So what's different about EasyBot? First of all, the strategy that we have created never closes on a losing trade. I know it's difficult to believe, but it's programmed not to close on any losing trades with a success rate of 99.9%. This is not just a number that I'm throwing out. This is real statistics that we have it already recorded for more than 2.5 million trades closed so far for the last 7 months. The other thing is, what is the worst case scenario that can happen for you as a trader? Let me tell you. You start trading today. As soon as you start, the market starts going down or against you, right? So the solution is that you have to wait for the market to come back up so that you can recover. So what if the market goes down and stays down forever? You will be in a loss that's never recoverable. So what EasyBot does, it can close the trades which were opened at the top of the market, at the bottom of the market, and still make profit. It's only mathematics. There's nothing magic here. It's math, calculations. My strategy of EasyBot does not depend on signals, does not depend on news, does not depend on technical analysis. It's all just numbers. We know how the market is behaving on a daily basis, up and down, and the formula is made based on this. I know it's difficult to really understand that, but I can explain it after the meeting in details because of the time. So simply, you start at the top of the market goes down, it stays down, you still close all the trades with profit. It's just a matter of time before it does. We have real examples for that. One of the assets that we have been trading started at the price of that asset was around 42. It closed the same trade that was open at the price of 42 at the price of 27 and it still made profit of that asset. Just to let you know, we're not using leverage. It's just a spot, like just only buying the assets of the amount that you're having. So if the market goes down, you're not going to blow out the account. So let's get deeper. So it's an automated trading platform that does trading on behalf of the user. We have two options. The first option that if you are a professional trader, you can build in your strategy and let it trade for you. The other way, use the EasyBot strategy that I have designed myself, and it can generate for you a profit if you are not a user. Just one click, if you are not a trader, sorry. Just one click, automated trading, it starts immediately for you. The EasyBot strategy is what I just explained now. It has been proven for the last 6-7 months. If you're following the market, you know how the market have behaved in the last 6-7 months, since March. There is an account, let me just go directly there. Remember the compounding that we were talking about. EasyBot does auto compounding. Normally compounding is done year after year or month after month. In EasyBot, what happens is that as soon as it closes with a profitable trade, it takes the profit immediately, add it to the capital, the next trade is bigger. So that helps in growing the accounts faster and faster. So this is a real account that we have been tracking for the last 209 days. You see, we have been trading 19 assets. Remember what I told you at the beginning, the second thing regarding the wealth generation or the financial freedom is diversification. Never put your funds in one asset. Never, ever do this. You remember what happened with Luna, if some people are following the crypto. So these are 19 assets. If you see, there are different values, different profitable trades happened. So each coin or each asset had $1,000, but the profit was quite different. If you see the first asset made as high as 50% in profit in 209 days, while the lower one made as low as 5%. In what market condition? This is the market condition. If you see the black line is how the total portfolio or the average movement of the portfolio that we have been trading. So the market was only going down from that point. It's down by more than 40%. However, the profit is the blue line that what EasyBot have made. So it made as high as 25% during a market that's going down by 40% plus. And this is a real account, by the way. It's not a pretend or backtesting or whatever. It's a real account that started on 19th of May to be precise. And the other thing also, this market unfortunately has a lot of scams. Companies or people asking you to send them your money to pretend trading for you. I will not say trading because some of them are just collecting money for some time and then they leave. So here you don't have to turn up your money to anyone. You keep your money within your own platform. You connect the bot through an API connection, a secure API connection where you're just telling your exchange or your platform allow only for trades. No withdrawals, nothing else, just trade. So you have access to your money 100% of the time. We're providing also support around this product because a good product will not be the best if it's not really backed up with a good customer support and with a live, so even we're having Zoom support calls where people can get supported if they need any support. Simply, at EasyBot, we are reshaping the future of trading. Starting with EasyBot as easy as 1, 2, 3. Any questions? I know there are many, so we'll take a couple of them because of the time.
Any questions from the audience? Yes, microphone just behind you, sir.
So I believe EasyBot is a method of algo trading where you use algorithms to carry out trades. Yes. And there are various jurisdictions that do not permit or restrict algo trading. What are your comments on this?
Well, right now there are 3 platforms that are allowing the API connections: Binance, Binance US, and KuCoin. Those are the 3 platforms that we're using. And yes, it's using algorithm trading. Yes, please.
Good morning. So how can you avoid falling knife type of trading under EasyBot platform?
Come again? I didn't get that.
How can you avoid falling knife type of trading in the EasyBot platform?
So again, avoid what? I didn't get
falling knife, falling
off.
Falling
okay.
knife.
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the EasyBot strategy is designed to sustain more than 50% drop. Like if you start today with trading a specific asset and the price of that specific asset goes down more than 50%, still EasyBot is going to be trading and making profit. Let me just explain it a little bit in more details about the strategy of EasyBot. EasyBot strategy is made to limit the risk. It will not start with all the assets or all the funds at the same time. It's going to start with a small amount at the beginning, as low as 3.35% of the capital that you assign to that specific asset. From that point, it just monitors the market and see the next movement. Now we know the market can have 3 possible movements: up, down, sideways. For crypto specifically, the normal daily movement is between 1 to 5% if it's a normal day without any external effects of news or whatever it is. So it's made to work within that range of movement. So if the market is going up, it's going to be fluctuating the same way. If the market is going sideways, it's going to fluctuate the same way. If the market is going down, it's going to again fluctuate the same way, up and down. So it uses those small movements while the market is moving down to make profit, small profits. So part of that small profit is used to pull down the trade on the top, or the average price for the trades on the top, and pull them down until they come to the current market price, plus the required profit to be taken, and then gets out of the market, come in again and again and again, repeat the cycles. Hope this answered your questions. Thank you. More questions? No more?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mohammed, for
Appreciate
your
it.
presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our awards ceremony. So, I would like to please call up on stage Mr. Bilal Shamout, CEO and co-founder of Masarat, to please present the awards to our recipients. Welcome, sir. Okay. Let us begin. Okay, our first awardee is Shruti Jobanputra. Congratulations. Come on up. Can we have the hotel staff to remove the tables, please? Thank you for the photos. Thank you. I think this photo will look better. Okay, one more time for Miss Shruti. Congratulations, Miss Shruti. Would you share a few words, please?
Good morning, everyone. I'm really honored to be giving this opportunity, and I really thank my family, friends, and my team back home. And it's a privilege to be sharing this room and space with such great leaders and with such great mind and intellects. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Shruti, for all your hard work. All right, our next awardee is for Prashant Shenoy. Come on up, Prashant. Welcome back on stage.
Little did I know when I graduated from engineering school, 10 years later, I would be amongst lawyers accepting an award. So thank you to the conference and the organizing committee for having me here. This journey would not have been possible without my co-founder and CEO, Josh, and the entire team at Unicode. So big shout out to my engineering team back in Mangalore, who's been working relentlessly in building tools in legal tech. Last but not least, I mean, every entrepreneur's spouse would know that 5 minutes means an hour. So a big thanks to my wife, Meghna, who's put up with all my excuses, for giving so much time to my work and to my beautiful children. Lastly, I thank God for putting all this together. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Prashant. Engineer and lawyer, fascinating combination. Next, we have an award for Ashish Jain.
Good morning. I started my career as a lawyer around 10 years back at the very grassroots of the Indian legal system. I'm required to thank my family, my team, and more importantly, I want to thank myself. The dedication, the hard work, the perseverance, and the sheer will to come this far is the reason I'm standing here today. So big thank you to me. And I wish that there are more younger professionals coming into law. The trend is changing, and India becomes a leader in the legal world as we know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Next, we have an award for Shaina Jones. Come on up, Shaina. Congratulations, Ms. Jones.
Good morning, everyone. So I want to say that I am so happy to be here with you, very proud to receive this award. And, I want to say that I sincerely want to thank my mother and my sister for all of the support that they provided me in getting to this point in my career. I also want to say that I'm so happy to be here as a woman lawyer, as a woman of African descent, entrepreneur, and also as a person who charted her own career as an attorney, not taking for granted the fact that, generally as attorneys, we start one way and we end one way, but there's a power in choosing how you're going to move your career forward. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Our next award is for Mr. Ibrahim Khalil Arimala. Okay, we will hold on to that award for Mr. Ibrahim. Our next awardee is Dr. Vinayagamurthy Janagan. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great privilege for me to receiving this award in front of you all. As a law education educator, last 20 years, what I am believing, providing legal education for all is matter. And as I have gone through these panel discussions, each and every speakers, one thing they have given like a strong message to the world, the legal education it's matter for everyone, which will create a confidence among the people. That's why I believe law is the tool of confidence. And I'm very happy to receive the award as a legal educator today, which will definitely give me a good confidence on me to provide my service where I am, where the education is matter. Thanks to the team, thanks to the organization, thanks to everyone, thanks for my team and my university to giving a support to present in front of you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Next award is for Advocate Harsh Girish Patel. Congratulations.
Sea of wonderful faces. I would like to dedicate this award and recognition to journey which I started at the mere age of 19, where in a city where everyone used to think about having a passion for cricket or other sports and all. So more heartful gratitude to this organizer to considering me the worthy of this, and the wisdom that one gets from journey that no management school or textbook can teach. So I am taking this word of wisdom from this recognition from here to do more, to achieve more, and aspire to inspire not just my team, but to the wonderful, amazing people, those who are standing in our world. Last but not least, without so many immense people that have contributed to my journey in this last 1 decade, right from my family, friends, and the team, who have immensely contributed for tirelessly the success of the building the next generational ecosystem, where we can proudly call as we are giving the world a so-called next big four or the legal giant of the world. Yes, I am prepared to inspire, to aspire. Thank you.
Congratulations, Girish. Our next award is for Abu Bakr Salam Advocates and Legal Consultants, Mr. Ahmed Ode. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to thank my brother, Omar, who's also here with me today. This wouldn't have been possible without him. And just a couple of words. The most rewarding thing that has ever happened to me as a lawyer in my career is giving back and empowering other people to become their own advocates. This is the most important thing, I believe. As lawyers, once we reach a certain level of maturity in our profession, it is the best thing to do is to empower other people to become their own lawyers and to grow our own community. And I think that's, if it's something that I can sort of recommend to other lawyers, that's what they should do. It gives immense satisfaction to yourself, and it really feels like you're doing something to better the world. So for all lawyers out there, please help other people to become lawyers as well. Law is for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ode. Next awardee is Henzi Healy. Congratulations.
idea that Bilal would be giving out these awards today, and it's so special because Bilal has been a client and a close friend for many years now. So Bilal, thank you for being here to give out this award. It really has made it special. And of course, to God who guides all things, family, friends, team members, everyone that supported along the way. And a very special shout out to my mother, who's sitting right over there. So thank you, Mom, for always being such an inspiration and a support through everything. Thank you, Law 2.0. That's the final one. Thank you.
Thank you, that was beautiful. Ms. Healy and Mom. Next award is for Shanice Smith. Come on up, Shanice.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to receive this award. I feel very blessed to have the opportunity to practice law and to have particularly found my calling in health law, where I have the opportunity to use my skills to give back to the community and make a difference in the world. I want to thank my family for supporting me before I even knew it was possible to do the things I've been able to do in my practice, and thank my partner, Byron, who made the journey with me here to receive this award and have the opportunity to experience this opportunity with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Our next awardee is Eva Barada. Sorry, Aya.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad to be here, and I'm so happy with this award. Honestly speaking, being a founding partner and a lawyer, while having a lot of obstacles and challenges back in Egypt, was not an easy journey throughout the last 14 years. And I want to say I'm very proud of all the success I've achieved. And I want to thank my mom, and I want to thank all the team that were supportive to me. And I want to thank the conference for giving me all the benefits of knowing a lot of amazing people and making connections with them, as well as receiving, of course, this award and explaining to people that back in Egypt, we don't live in pyramids and we don't go to school on camels. So I'm so happy to be here, and I want to thank everyone here, especially women. And I want you all women to remember that women empower one another. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Barada. Our next award is for Ms. Ina Sevostianova. Welcome, Ina. Thank you, Ms. Ina. Our next awardee is Mr. Ken Park. We will hold on to Mr. Park's award. Next up, Tamil Selvan Ramados. Congratulations.
Good morning, all of you. You're looking at a person who's been told in grade 8 that you'll never pass your grade 10, way back in 1988. But in 1990, I stood with great marks in grade 10, and I got even economics first mark in the school in grade 12. What I'm trying to tell from this is that it has been taking 28 years of my finance career, which I built up over a period of time, both in India and also in UAE. And in UAE, I spent almost 2 decades. And thanks to the leadership, especially His Honor Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, who has been leading us. And I spent some 13 years of my time also in government of Dubai in maritime sector. And his words always resonates in my mind. Impossibility is never in the mind of leaders. So we're all leaders here. And this time, I should thank 3 women in my life. First is my mom, second is my teacher, and third is my wife, who has been bearing with me for the last 16 years with this tough guy. Thanks a lot, and I would say that keep dreaming, and nothing is impossible for us as leaders. And all the leaders here who got the awards, I congratulate them one more time here. If you would allow me, can I have my family here to take a pic along with them? Because I never miss the personal thing with the professional thing, but the ethics and charity starts from home, and my wife and kids have been a great support to me. Thanks for bearing me.
Come on up, children. It is beautiful to have your children here receiving this with you. Absolutely. Go ahead, sir. Congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Sagar Bijendra Tejwani. We will hold on to Sagar's award. Our next awardee, Julien Achille Agbe. Congratulations, Julien.
Good morning, everyone. So for me, it's such a big honor to be here today to receiving this prize, this recognition. I would like, first of all, dedicate this prize to God for our lives and for a lot of things He has done for us, for the blessing, a lot of things. And being an entrepreneur, as I am today, is a part of the God Love mission, which is to create values, and this is what we are exactly committed to do. I would like, of course, to dedicate this prize to all the government where we are operating in today, in more than 50 countries, here in France, in Europe, in Africa, in Ivory Coast, and I would like, as well, please, our ambassador, His Excellency Mr. Jabi, who is coming here today for this recognition. That is, of course, the support of our government. We have always been there to support us as well. Also, this prize, thank you, His Excellencies. Also, this prize is dedicated to my team, We have a team of a lot of people, 6,000 members all over the world. So today, this merit is all the team that I want to greet them for the passion, for the motivation, for the dedication to our mission, which is to provide financial education to people and also to make finance more accessible to people. And finally, to thank my family, my mother, my wife, my brothers and sisters, and also my father, who has leave us this year. But I think he's been alive today in the presence of God, and I think that is proud of me. Thank you very much. And if I can welcome, please, the ambassadors and my team, Mr. Bright, to come here for the final picture. It should be interesting. Thank you.
Your Excellency, please join us on stage. It is an honor. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Agbe. Bonjour. Très bien, merci. Congratulations, Mr. Agbe. Gentlemen, thank you. Merci. All right, and now for the final award of the morning, and it will be going to Mr. Khaled El Biali. Congratulations, Mr. Khaled. Come on up.
I'm very delighted to be here. Thanks for your esteemed organization for giving me this award. Thanks for everyone. Well, I believe leadership is all about having a laser-focused vision and strategy. And then you build the right team. You give that vision and strategy to your team. You guide them, school them, coach them every step of the way. You build the team, and the team will build the business. I'm here because of my team, who built the right business. I dedicate this award to my team, or some of them are joining me here. Thanks to my team, thanks to everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Bilal Asham, for assisting us with the presentation of the awards. Thank you. And congratulations to all recipients for all your hard work and effort. You are leading the future of law and finance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now move on to our next session, which is a fireside chat with two speakers. The Middle East and North Africa region is a new frontier for real estate capital investments. Countries like Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and Qatar have all passed legislation that makes it easier than ever to invest in these regions. Get ready to get more insight from the law and financial analysts who are experts in their own right. All right, so let us put our hands together for Tamil Selvan Ramados, Chief Financial Officer for Masa Trading. Welcome, sir. And Ish Anand, Founder, CEO of Your Growth Story, CEO and Country Manager for Global Wealth Group, and Director, Business Doctors India. Welcome, sir. Sirs. Okay. So the timer will be set, and please leave some minutes at the end for questions from the audience. Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Last day, nice to see a few faces up here bright and early, but I think it's been a good 3 days, some very interesting interactions, and hopefully we'll conclude this day well on time and also with a lot of good memories. So thank you very much. I'd like to welcome Mr. Tamil Selvan Ramados. He's a luminary in the real estate space in the UAE and in the GCC. He's done some very interesting work with the government of Dubai, Dubai municipality, the maritime authorities, etc. And he will tell you a little about himself. My name is Ish Anand. I have a very strong background in the real estate space in India, in Southeast Asia, and to some extent in the Middle East also. I've been part of putting together a real estate fund where we've raised close to $1 billion to invest in various markets. Also served on the senior management team of one of the largest real estate owners, managers, and developers in the world, a company based out of Singapore called Ascendas Capitaland, and also as the chief marketing officer of one of India's largest real estate businesses. So over to Mr. Tamil Selvan Ramados, and he'll tell you a little about himself, and then we'll get along with the proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Ish Anand, and good morning all the attendees here. Thanks for joining for this today's event, and my name is Tamil Selvan Ramadas. I originally come from the southern part of India, from Chennai. I've been in the UAE for the last 20 years exactly. This is my 20th year. I came here in 2002. And it's been a great journey in this region, especially in UAE, Dubai, and Sharjah. I've seen how this region has grown, especially in the real estate markets and the infrastructure growth, because I was also given opportunity to work for the government of Dubai in the maritime sector, where I was also in the Committee of Maritime Sector Strategy. And from 2009, we started working on it, and there was a shift from Jeddah to make the ship repairs to be shifted to a new place called Dubai Maritime City near the Port Rashid, and it's a very, very huge project of its great nature. And I was very lucky to be a part of that project, where we worked on various strategies, and we also made Dubai as a top 10 maritime capital of the world. And already in the ports segment of the maritime cluster, we are almost ranked 4th in the top global level. So this is the journey of mine. I've done almost $2.5 billion feasibility study in this region. So I think we can, without further ado, get into this today's topic on commercial real estates in the Middle East and the region. And I think I leave the floor to now Mr. Shannon to take it forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramdos. So, you know, Dubai or the UAE is famous for a number of things. And one of the biggest things that comes to people's minds when you talk about the UAE is the real estate investments coming into this region. And there are real estate investments coming into this region, not just from one single part of the world, and traditionally one sees them coming from Europe or the US, but surprisingly, you know, if you would really look at the numbers, Indians are the largest investors in real estate in the UAE, and that's happened for a number of years. There's both residential as well as commercial real estate. However, the numbers from other parts of the world are also fairly staggering. I've always believed that you know, an indicator for the health of investments in the real estate space is how two particular industries are behaving. One is the hospitality industry, because it shows you how the visitors are coming in. It shows you how exactly the room rates are going. It shows you the uptake in development and construction activity. Dubai in particular, and also the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have shown tremendous growth in the last few years. These developments in both these markets are forerunners for this region. Much recently, Qatar is picking up tremendously, and the World Cup has added a lot of benefit. It's added a lot of value in the region. So, just to start off with, Mr. Ramdas, what are your thoughts about, how this particular segment is picking up in Saudi, in Qatar, and in the UAE? There are other markets, but I think if we focus on these three markets, it gives you pretty much the pulse of the entire region.
You are very right, Mr. Ish. Real estates and the commercial real estates in specific has been a great market in the Middle East, especially in UAE. And Dubai has set the standards, and the other parts of the Emirates also started following it. And even the other GCC countries are following the particular norms now. Just to give a brief statistics on the global commercial real estate, the global real estate market is worth $34.1 trillion, a big whopping number. In that, Asia Pacific alone is leading at $11.2 trillion, followed by 10.2 from the Europe and the Middle East. So Middle East forms part of a great part of this share of this particular 34.1 trillion global real estate market, which is almost twice the Chinese economy. That's the volume you're talking about. Now coming to the UAE in specific and Dubai in specific, as I told you, I've been here in 2002, and if you go in the streets of Sheikh Zayed Road, you would not see a tall structure except for one Toyota building, and still it is there, and the World Trade Center. And now in last 15, 18 years, you can see the whopping exponential growth in terms of commercial, residential, and all types of real estate infrastructure that has happened in this part of the world. Name the tallest buildings, name the tallest, even the residential towers by Ben Hindi has been launched recently here. So what I see in this part of the world is the ecosystem they've created over the last 2 decades. When I talk about ecosystems, the Dubai municipality, the Dubai electricity, the Dubai, whatever government sectors has been very cohesively and coordinatedly working on how to create a very good infrastructure system to build up the real estate markets. Second, there are legal structures, legal systems that has been formulated in this country. 40 years before, this country was still growing, but in last 15 years, there are 17 pronouncements and degrees and laws that has been given only on the real estate sector. So that says how this part of the world is creating a legal ecosystem as well. And if you talk about the financing system, you talk about the government banks like Dubai Islamic Bank, you talk about the private sector banks, they're very, very pumping their funds into the real estate markets right from 2007 until to date. Once in 2007 and 8, Dubai had a record of world top 10% of the cranes sits here, which means top 10% of the world tall structures has been constructed here. So you are sitting in a city which has been always pro-real estate, it has been always pro-infrastructural growth, and I can say this is the extension that is also happening in the other regions like Saudi. Saudi in the last few years has been putting a lot of work on the real estate, a lot of projects like the Line, you talk about the Mall of the Medina, the whatever you name it, they are coming up with lots of big investments there, and they've brought in also the new National Transportation Plan, NTP, and the Vision 2030, which is investing more than billions of dollars as of now in the infrastructure growth. That has a cascading impact also on the real estate and very specifically to the commercial real estate as well. And they opened up almost 150,000 hospitality keys in Saudi Arabia, almost 60,000 keys in Dubai. So these are some statistics I would share how this region is really, really booming despite the COVID impact that we had, which had a real impact also in this region, but we are bouncing back, and 2022 to 2027, the compounded annual growth rate only in the real estate and specific to that of the commercial real estate is projected to be 6 to 7% in Middle East alone on an overall level. So that's a figure we are talking about, Ish.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to support some of the stuff that you mentioned, in 2019, the average daily rate for hotels in Dubai was 547 dirhams with an occupancy of 74%. In 2020, because of COVID, it dropped drastically. It went down to 461 dirhams with an occupancy of 49%. But in 21, there's been a tremendous bounce back, and it shows the resilience in the markets, and it shows how the markets are really growing. The average daily rates have gone up to 594 dirhams and an average occupancy of 66%. So the indications are all there, and things are beginning to move in the right direction. My next question to you, Mr. Ramdos, is that, from an industry perspective, Dubai has a few particular sectors that it focuses on and it's very well known for. One of them is the consumer services. The second one is financial and business services, is which everybody wants to talk about Dubai. When they take Dubai's name, they say, hey, financial services. The other one is real estate. The other is industry. The oil economies are now beginning to realize that they can't just depend on oil as a business. So they're beginning to turn towards manufacturing, towards industry, etc. Public services, transportation, storage, information and communication systems. Some of these industries are seeing tremendous offtake in terms of real estate, in terms of office spaces. What do you think your bets are in terms of employment, in terms of offtake in office space? And what are the new business models that are coming up? Because work from home, digitization are all having an impact on what the real estate market is going to absorb or what it's not going to absorb. So over to you.
Thanks, Ish, for putting a very interesting question, actually. To answer this, I would start with some other statistics again. Dubai in 2022 still is the most vibrant economy in attracting FDIs, the foreign direct investments, which is almost, $22 billion. So $22 billion is coming in this market, and you think that that's not going to be invested in official and also in the business sectors? It's going to be. And apart from that, Dubai has been moving out of the non-oil based economy almost 2 decades and 3 decades before. It's a great place for market for tourism. It has also been a place for a lot of innovation labs. If you just go into the Sheikh Zayed Road, you can see the Eye, which is basically the innovation lab hub that has been planned almost 7 years back. So this region is not just investing only on real estates of just residential real estates. It's getting into lots of industrial, infrastructural, and also other types of real estate or the commercial real estate. Just to take some data, I would say that the future for next 5 years, they're planning for Al-Quds Creative Zone. It's basically to expand the innovation side of the Dubai, where they're investing a lot on the Al-Quds Creative Zone. The second is basically the Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park. This is another industrial investment they're talking about. Dubai Urban Tech District. It's all about how to talk about urbanization. We have from Tarakis, we have from the Dubai municipality, the new urbanization plan for Dubai, which is going to be a totally different international urban-friendly culture that is going to be created. There's a lot of investment that's going on to that. Next, you can talk about the Al Juf, that is between the Abu Dhabi and Dubai. They're talking about the mixed properties coming up. And you talk about the National History Museum. So they're also talking about various investments and cultural type of investments. And you talk about Sharjah's coming up with the Sharjah Forest Community. So there is a variety of investment that is coming apart from the residential and so-called normal office structures. Now coming to the office structures, we are talking about technology that has been used in this market as 3D printing. So 3D printing is one of the big market that is coming up in Dubai. So making the commercial real estate constructions being more economical and efficient also. And coming up with the new opportunities that is going to happen in Dubai, we had a slight slump during the COVID, but people are very tired working from home. You know, working from home has been a norm, but unfortunately, that is only short-lived. People are very eager to come and work in person. They want to come out of their claustrophobic effect. You know what is a claustrophobic effect? Being constrained to only small rooms. You know, this COVID has created that impact. So people want to come out and freely work. So this has really opened up lots of office spaces, and you can talk from the DLD. I have some statistics for the Q3 2020. There has been 2,300 plus units being transacted, which is worth almost 16.2 billion. I'm sure 50 to 55% of that relates to the office and also to the commercial real estates here. So this is what we are talking about in Dubai, and also in the region that is around this, like Abu Dhabi, and also in Sharjah, and also that is getting in, that particular fever is also spreading to Saudi Arabia and also to Qatar. And you can see how the Qatar has really invested a lot in the commercial investment, like building up various sectors in FIFA stadiums, and followed by that, there are a lot of regulations being also internationally followed. So they are becoming more international in the sector. Now coming to some laws and regulations that is being very, very beneficial to the real estate sector is that opening up of the golden visas. I think most of you are very much aware of that. And the golden visa has been getting up into a big level. And you know, if you get into the all the visa issuing, GDRFA and all this Foreign Affairs Department which is issuing the visa, we can say that almost daily 20 to 30 golden visas are being issued. From the last year and recently they have announced that the professionals like you and me, if you're employed with 30,000 dirhams per month, correct? Hardly it is around $6,000 to $7,000 per month, you are eligible for a golden visa. Previously it was $50,000. So when these people come in, they get golden visas, they work for a company. If they are retrenched or if they don't work for a full-time employer, they can start their own consulting, they can start their own businesses. Where these people are going to, they have to have a new office spaces, which is again rolling back to the CRE. So the lots of opportunities are coming up. Even visas of golden are given for innovators, students who are just graduated. If they can showcase their creativity, they are going to be given to set up innovation labs and innovation offices in Dubai, so that the office spaces are required more and more in the coming time. And finally, last but not the least, also if you can talk about real investments, if you're talking about not less than 2 million investment in real estate, you also still get a partly golden visa for 5 to 8 years, whatever it is. So there are a lot of welcoming aspect is happening in all sides of ecosystem, and visa provision is one of the greatest boom in this particular region, and I think even other regions will follow suit of that particular thing. I think it's all set to go for a great record for next few years.
Thank you very much. A follow-up question. You know, we talk about office space, we talk about various other aspects. Dubai has always been known for its malls and its retail spaces. The business model in the retail industry is changing now. There's a lot of online and there's a lot of delivery that's happening. People are all picking up their goods online and getting them delivered right up to their doorstep. That's bound to have an effect on the offtake in the retail space. What's your thought on that?
It's a very interesting question. Basically, people might think that if you order through Talabat, if you order through Noon, what is the impact on the commercial real estate? That's what I'm looking at. If you have a shop open, you go and buy there. If you have a work from home culture, you order at home, right? At the end of the day, the customer sits at home. They don't need a commercial rental space to buy the product. But from the producer and from the sellers, they still need the space to store the products. Where do you think the Noon is storing all the products? It is a virtual platform for the buyer, but you cannot virtually keep a stock for Noon. The physical stock has to be kept in some warehouses. If you look at the statistics of the recent, if you talk about the warehouse market itself has grown by 33% in the last quarter, Mr. Ish. Sure. So this really shows that the equation hasn't changed. In fact, the equation has gone exponentially in a different level.
Sure, sure. So Dubai or the UAE and this particular region has always been known as a focal or a center point between Asia, Africa, and Europe. How is this region now making use of that from a business perspective, and how will it have impact on the real estate or the commercial real estate space?
It's a very interesting question. For the last 2 decades, I've seen Dubai and especially UAE ministry have spread their economic, political, and social relationship across the globe. You name any country, this country has a good pact with them, good agreement with them, good trade agreement with them. Thanks to DP World, I've been a part of the Dubai Maritime Cluster, where DP World is one of the leader in the world trade and logistics. Believe me, Mr. Ish, DP World is controlling more than ports in 70 countries. So this is a fantastic example of how a small nation like UAE is managing ports across 70 countries, including some ports in India. Okay? So this tells us how UAE has been connected worldwide through trade and other agreements. To name few, recently it has gone with a comprehensive economic agreement with India, with our foreign minister Piyush Goyal. They've signed an agreement recently in the last 6 months. This has opened up a huge trade between India and UAE, and India is one of the biggest and the almost #1 trade partner with UAE. This is on the side of eastern side, and it has gone even to China, and China has been a great partner even with UAE for the trade sectors. If you go to the other side of the West, African markets, you name it, they rely more on the Dubai side for resale. You talk about resale market for cars, you say whatever has been re-exported, it is only imported in Dubai and again getting re-exported to the other parts of the MENA region till Europe. And the recent accord in the last year with the Abraham Accord has gone with an unconventional partnership even between UAE and Israel, where they opened up with their brothers with a lot of relationship going with them. So UAE has been a leader. They opened up doors with all the international countries and governments, and they have not kept any things unopened, which means they are a true leader in the global trade. What that means to commercial real estate investment. If you happen to do business across the globe, you need to have your offices in Dubai. That's the way they built it up. Last 20 years, I've seen every corporate offices, right from the American business, right from the Canadian business, right from the Middle Eastern business, right from the Chinese business, right from the Australian business, and not to leave, right from the Indian business, they do have a corporate office in UAE. And this is what other regions also looking an eye on it, and they want to take a share out of UAE to pull that part, which means UAE has become a tremendous and formidable, I would say, a competitor in bringing the global offices into their particular region, and Dubai in specific has been a great leader. You name any corporate offices of any top organizations and MNCs and transnational companies, you will not see in their business cards or in the websites without a Dubai office. What that actually means is that they do have a commercial office space here.
Okay, thank you. Last, one of the major pieces that I've kind of come across over the years is investments are always driven by the ease of doing business. And the UAE seems to have a government, a system, rulers, administrators who think further down the road. Some examples in the financial services space are DIFC, ADGM, and some of the other new regulations that have come out for the various other topics that have come up here over the last couple of days, crypto and various metaverse. And Dubai's had a number of firsts in a lot of these areas. From an ease of doing business perspective, where do you think Dubai stands and how has it managed to get to where it is today?
This question is very close to my heart because I'm a regular follower of World Economic Forum reports on international competitiveness. And Ish, if you really follow up the early reports, last consecutive years of last 7 to 8 years, I've seen in that report, UAE and specifically Dubai has been ranked almost top 4 or 5 in doing the ease of business in UAE actually. To name few, they've created an ecosystem where the government systems are so very efficient. I've been talking about this in various forums, and I've been a government servant for the last 13 years. I could vouch that this is a place where 40+ government entities are moved from e-government to m-government. A lot of governments across the globe have not even reached to the E level. I'm talking about electronic mode of doing business with the government. But from e-government, Dubai government has moved almost a decade before to M-government. What I mean by M-government, sitting in your place, you can get your visas done with your mobiles. No need to go for any typing centers to even the residential, means the GDRFA offices. You can, from the mobile, you can do all businesses activities with the government. The recent introduction of the UAE Pass, if you put yourself into the UAE Pass, across whatever government organizations, getting into the country, getting out of the country, doing the legal registrations of land, your visas, what not you talk about, everything can be done through that particular platform. So I would say that there is no other country in this world in the last decade which has done a great job in bringing a platform or an ecosystem to create easiness for doing business. Having said that, still we can do a lot of things actually in that particular platform. For example, I'll give a very simple example. For people who have come here, you have been taking a taxis, but people who are living here, we take a car and do a parking, right? So I've been to US a couple of times. In the recent October, I was in New Jersey and then moved on to Dallas. My friend Theo took for a private trip, and he put a parking, and was searching for the parking tickets to be put in some of the things with coins or some credit cards. I said, what are you doing? No, I'm just trying to put the ticket and park it. I said, no, we do that not the same way in Dubai. We just park it and get into a conference and we do a mobile parking. And that's what I mean as mobile government. And that's one simple service I'm talking about. I'm a proud Dubai residential citizen where I've seen an exponential growth in government providing services to the residents. And the same level of comfort zone has been given to the businessman. You can start up your business within a couple of days. Even we are trying to bring in, or the Dubai government is trying to bring a record of within 24 hours you can get your license and start the business across any of these particular free zones or in the mainland. So this is what I'm trying to say, how the ease of business is brought in here. But also this country is getting into the next level of a very mature level of legal frameworks where we're talking about taxation. The VAT is already introduced. We are talking about 4 or 5 years of VAT being implemented, and we're also having the corporate tax that is coming in. But understand that there are some group of people who are talking about corporate taxes coming that may have some not a very positive impact on business. No. This is one of the very simplified corporate tax that has been released in recent, almost on October 9, before we had the public opinion document, and that has been converted into law in October 9, and we can see this law has become very simple, and it's a straight 9%, which is the lowest ever corporate tax on any global platform of this particular level of economic growth. So whatever you say, they make the life easy for the businessman to start the business, and they're very vibrant, they're very welcoming, they're very business pro, and I would say that in next few years, UAE would be ranked as the top one in the global level for doing ease of business actually. It is already there, maybe we need to get the records on place actually.
We have time for one question from the
Thank you.
audience, if you'd
Yeah,
like to open.
just-
Yes, the microphone is right there.
Can I
We have 2
one
minutes. If
one
you speak,
statement.
we don't have time for questions, sir. It's your decision. Would you like to have a question from the audience, or would you like to continue? We have 2 minutes.
One statement. I want to make one statement. Yeah. So, thank you very much. I think, quality, ease of delivery, and transparency are 3 things that real estate markets across the world demand. You need to ask yourself that question. Has the UAE and has Dubai achieved that or not? If Dubai and the UAE has achieved that, that's a huge benchmark from a global perspective for anybody and everybody to aspire for. It's a great destination. And all of you, the fact that all of you are here, either resident in Dubai or looking at coming and setting up offices in Dubai, I think it's a huge achievement. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Thamselvan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And if there's any question, please, by all means.
Can I have one question? The question man.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, this is a very interesting topic, and I'd have the privilege actually working in so many areas in UAE and KSA. So I just wanted to give you some sort of flavor about KSA because UAE did great job so far. Now KSA is doing an additional great job in terms of real estate and others. So, but I cannot talk about it because the time limitation. But the question is, how do you see the future of real estate in KSA with the current investment platform, especially to real estate sector? Nowadays, if you are a foreigner and you want to acquire a real estate property in KSA, it's not like UAE. It's much different so far until this moment. So, because if you are just an expat residing there, you are not under the SAGA rules, you are not a professional licensed person, you only can acquire one real estate property. You need approval from the Ministry of Interior, and that's something that you can only own while you are a legal resident in KSA. So this is, and with the exponential actual growth in KSA, with Giddiya, real estate, Red Sea project, NEOM, all of that. So what's your take actually in general in relation to that? Thank you.
Can I take this question? Thanks for putting a very interesting question, but due to the time limitation, I'll put it very short and sweet. Your question is, what is the future growth of real estate in KSA, in short, right? See, KSA is one of the great leaders in this region in terms of cultural, social, and philosophical thinking process, which means KSA has been very conservative in the past many years to various reasons. But if you see the news, if you see the real thing that's happening in the last 4 to 5 years, KSA has opened up to the market, to the global level. So I do agree that KSA is now bound by the Sharia law, where the land ownership and the real estate markets have been not easily opened up to the expatriates or to the non-residents. But there are also new regulations and new degrees coming up to ease it up a little bit to an extent where they can already, to differ from your opinion, if you're already an expatriate, you can have office spaces for the purpose of office uses, and that can be opened up for the commercial real estate ownership is already available. What you're talking about is the non-commercial real estates, basically on the households, sectors and everything. As I see, in short and sweet, is that they're following suit of Dubai model, also to an extent of UAE model, but they have their own tuning and forming to the local standards. I'm very sure that under the new leadership that's coming up, they're opening up to the market. You can see they are really, really opening to such a level, which means surely expatriates, foreign nationals would also be given freehold or free zone land ownerships as that of what is happening here, or they may even do it in even a better exponential model. We have to wait and see. I only wish that KSA would do a great job, and they're already doing it, and they're doing a whopping billions of dollars of investment in that particular market, and that cannot be restricted only within the local ownership. It is only logical that they open up to the foreign nationals also, but they have to protect the local interest as well, so they will have a good balance, and inshallah, I think that they will open up a good share of market also for foreign nationals, and I see that yourself will own a villa very soon in Saudi Arabia also.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you.
The panel. I'm really sorry we're already a few minutes behind, so I'm sorry to interrupt you like this. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have our all-women's panel on the corporate ladder, women in law and finance. So if we can have 2 more chairs up, please. I would like to call upon Miss Rebecca Hall, Director at RJ Hall Consultancy. Welcome, Miss Rebecca. Miss Rebecca? Ah, there you are. Next up, we have Miss Rawan Abdel Noor, Legal and Compliance Advisor at Al Ghurair Group. Ms. Shruti Johanputra, Founder and CEO at Sharav Enterprise. And last but not least, Ms. Henzi Healy, Managing Partner for the Council Services Limited. Okay. Do we have 4 microphones, ladies? I'll get you 2 more. Can we get 2 more microphones, please? All right. So please be mindful of the timer and yes, if you could leave the last 10 minutes for questions from the audience so we don't run behind schedule. Thank you.
Are we good? Testing, testing. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Rebecca Hall. I am the director of RJ Hall Consultancy, whereby I am connecting the UAE to Africa in finance, tech, and law. I'll be the moderator today for this panel for climbing the corporate ladder within women in finance and law. So very swiftly, I'm just going to move on and properly introduce our speakers and our panelists today. So firstly, I will start with Rawan Abdul Noor, who is an affable and amicable legal professional demonstrating 14 years of robust and vigorous experience. She has a bachelor's degree in law from the University of Jordan, certifications in CCEP in compliance, finance for non-finance, anti-money laundering, Chartered Institute insurance. The list really does go on. And here I see that you have had quite some experience in training and being a life coach also. Rawan is currently the active legal compliance advisor for Al Ghurair Group. So welcome.
Thank you, Rebecca. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having this chance to talk briefly about ourselves. I think Rebecca, she provided a small brief regarding my bio. I graduate from Georgia University. I am originally from Jordan. I have degree in law. After that, we have a training. Then I get my bar. After getting my bar, I worked in several constitutions like law firm, governmental authorities, semi-governmental, public listed company, LLC company. I am currently working as legal compliance advisor as well, board secretary for Al Ghurair Group. It's family business, LLC company. I am enjoying my work for this company. It is every day there is a new challenge, you know, in the legal department and in my life, because we have to make balance between our family as well our work. This is a small brief about myself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then secondly, I'm going to move on to Shriti Jobanputra. Shriti is from India, and she operates within the finance industry, who has faced and overcome a number of challenges throughout her professional career through sheer hard work and determinations with a very much, you know, viewed winner's mentality. Shriti has been in investment and trading in capital markets within different asset classes. She is proud to be associated with the FICCI Ladies Organization, also known as FLL, and this is in India, and she's also an esteemed member of venture capital firms working within the startup space. Shriti is also a certified mentor and coach in financial planning and wealth management. So welcome today, Shriti.
Good morning, ladies and Good morning, everyone. It's been really eventful and very, very knowledge enriching 3 days, engaging with so many wonderful people, wonderful leaders, and exchanging everybody's views. So I am a qualified MBA in HR and finance. I started my journey as an HR executive with a group of schools back in India, and went on to take the role of a facilitator to the managing trustee, and carried on that role for a good number of years. Then I took a sabbatical and wanted to play a role of a mother, be with my children, be with my family. Because back in India, we feel this is very important. We need to balance our family and professional lives equally, and we tend to give a lot of importance to being and playing a mother's role, which does not have a salary, but it is a very high-paying job. And then I switched my career, and I always had a calling for finance, and I always wanted to look into that direction and head into that direction. So I started with my journey and learned and took up certifications in my financial trading, capital markets, and started trading. So I've been doing it since past 10, 12 years. And I started my consulting firm 3 years back, and then COVID hit. So it really put out a lot of challenges with being locked up in the house with all the family members having so many health challenges, and still being able to steer those challenges, overcoming the roadblocks, and helping your own self pivot your career. And that is my aim, to also help other women do that and realize the importance, why they need to do that. Being financially independent is very important for women, not only being independent, but being able to manage that money well. You don't need to depend on others to do that. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. And actually mentioning COVID, it's going to make for quite an interesting discussion today, because not only are we looking at how the industries have been shifting over the years, but this one hit us without us even knowing it. So I'm sure that's really going to affect your experiences going forward.
Absolutely, Rebecca.
Thank you so much, Shruti. And finally, we have Henzi Healy. So Henzi is an accomplished and skilled common law qualified lawyer living in the UAE, but servicing clients from all around the world. She studied business management in Canada before going on to study law in New Zealand. Henzi is qualified with an LLB with honours in New Zealand, and she was admitted as a barrister and solicitor of the High Court of New Zealand in 2014. Amazing. So today, Henzi is a corporate commercial lawyer. She has 17 senior legal consultants as part of her team. And like I mentioned, she is servicing her clients from all around the world. So welcome today, Henzi. It's really nice to have you here.
Thanks, Rebecca.
So, yeah, I mean, just as the other two have, it'd be nice if you could just give us a little background into a bit more of your life and your family setting and so on growing up.
Of course. So my name is Henzi, as Rebecca said, and I'm managing partner of a corporate commercial firm in the UAE called the Counsel Services. We established in 2019, but we've recently rebranded. So TCS is a new brand, but not a new firm. And we have 17 senior legal consultants, all areas of law, and I would love to go on and promote it more and more, but I think it speaks for itself at this point in time. So.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so we've introduced all of our panelists today. So off the back of you kind of giving us a bit of an introduction about yourselves, your family, and your journey to leadership, I'd like to just dive straight in and just highlight what are the main challenges that you would say you have faced throughout these, climbing this corporate ladder in your career. We have some of you in finance and some in law, so I'd just kind of like to know how that differs for you as females in this industry. So we'll start with you, Noor.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much again, Rebecca. We have, I think women especially have a lot of challenges, because the main challenge is to make balance between the family as well between her career. There is also challenges in the career itself for climbing up the ladder itself, because there is women, there is gender, there is women, there is men, and all the time maybe some people prefer men to be in, I'm not racist or against anyone, but some jobs like law or maybe finance or doctors, some people, they prefer to go to a lawyer male, not female, or to a doctor male and not female, they think he has better expertise than women. But I think through, I am talking about myself and maybe women in general, through our journey from graduation itself, because law it's not easy like medicine or like engineering or like finance. It will be not easy to graduate with good score from university. It will not be easy to have the bar. You have several steps to have your bar. It will not be easy to find a good job in a good law firm. Then from that area to climb the ladder slowly, and challenge the men in this regard. I remember my father used to tell me, I don't want you to be a lawyer. I told him why. He told me because it's not easy job. How you will balance between your family when you get married and you will be in law firm for long hours. I told him I like it. I don't like to study something I dislike. I have passion in this professional. Until now I have this passion. I am trying my best to balance between my job and my family life. Thank you.
Okay, so would you say that, you know, you still went down that path, you decided to study that, so would you say that your passion kind of developed over time? So as a female leader in this industry, it's kind of adjusted over the way?
Yeah, you have to make the balance by yourself. You have to be organized. You have to organize your family, your home, your work, your children. I think even most of the working women are so organized because it's not easy to, as I said before, to make balance between family and between the work itself. You are working minimum till 5 or 6 o'clock and you come back home, you teach the children, you cook, you do the house chore. It will not be easy. So you have to organize your children that and your family has to understand that you are a professional woman. This is very good for you. I didn't graduate just to sit at home and to do house chores. I would like to carry on. And the children has to understand, and your husband also has to be very helpful to you. Like my husband, thanks God, he's been very helpful to me, to encourage you. The children and the husband and the family has to encourage the woman in order to go and climb this ladder. Otherwise, without this support, you cannot do anything, my dear.
Sure, yeah. So I was actually going to ask sort of what encouraged you to kind of overcome that change of heart, whether you were going to go down that road or not. So yeah, like what kind of gave you that shift and motivated you, actually I am going to do this, and also be the driver behind my family as well?
I think my father in the beginning, and you know my mother also, because the family and the parents, when you are single and when you are at their home, they will be very supportive to you when they see you grow up and you graduate from a good reputable university and you attend the bar and you are working in a good law firm and it's good industry, even though you challenge, because it will make you strong. What's not killing you, it make you strong. Then when I get married also, thanks God, my husband is supportive to me, and I organize my children. Now when they see me work, oh, she have work. They need to have laptops so they can work also. Even though they are small, I think they understand. And to make value to yourself also, to be valuable. Profession is you will be valuable and independent emotionally and independent financially.
Amazing. So you're also actually leading by example and sort of paving the way for your children also. Yeah. Okay, amazing. Thanks, Rowan. So Shruti, I'd like to direct that over to you. If you could just give me perhaps maybe 3 of your main key challenges and how that's differed for you as a female in leadership.
So I can speak for myself from the point of view from the country I'm coming. So in India, or in the Indian subcontinent, what I have seen is from the very childhood, women or the girls are trained that they need to be softer, hence not go in for such challenging careers, because somewhere they have made to believe these are not roles cut out for them. They need to go into roles which are more softer, more homelier, and more women-centric. So I kind of wanted to break that mold, and I have been surrounded, thankfully, by strong women, my mom, my grandmom, and I have seen them do things their way. My mom was always an independent woman, and that's how I grew up seeing, you know, I drew a lot of inspiration from them. And I made it very clear my father was not, again, to say, being in a male-dominated country, not very happy with the choices I made as a career. But I made it very clear I'm going to do this. And as Ravan said, I also set examples for my sons. You know, I have two sons, I don't have daughters, but I want them to respect women and to be able to give them equal and fair chances. I don't want them to, so it starts, the change starts at home. You know, you lead by giving example, you set roles for them. For them, it should not be that this part of work is only for women and that is for men. It should not be defined. So that's where the change starts, you know.
Amazing. So you were almost acting as a disruptor to the traditional ways and
We need to break the ice. We need to break the ceiling, you know, to take it to the next level.
And I can imagine that once you did do that and your father could see that you were actually
he actually appreciates,
very proud,
he's
right?
very proud of what I have achieved now.
Yeah.
He really feels that he was wrong. He does accept that, and that's very big for me. And
I wouldn't call it he was wrong. I think it was teaching him and
it
giving
made
him a different
him
perspective.
realize, it made him kind of aware of what women can do and achieve as his daughters. He could see that she's much stronger than what he anticipated me to be. And we women are not emotional and fools, and we don't need to cow down. We are very strong. And we kind of have seen and been able to multitask and do multiple roles at one time, you know, which I feel that's what makes us better managers and leaders, you know. I'm not being biased, I'm sorry, men out here, but we are much stronger in that sense.
Okay, amazing. Thanks for sharing that with us. And we'll move on to Henty. You know the question.
Same question. I'm usually the wild card when it comes to these panels because I definitely don't disregard what any other woman has gone through. I know that a lot of women have struggled climbing the corporate ladder and growing their or making their way within the corporate world, but personally I've never felt my gender to be a hindrance to my success. I've always actually found that being a woman in law is a benefit. And
You've been a lucky few, I guess.
But women, like, what I'm finding is women are more supportive of women these days.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
when I say that, I don't mean to downplay what anyone has gone through, but I hope that everyone will kind of be happy for me as we all have been happy for each other, right?
So enlighten me a little bit more about that. How did that differ then for you? Because I'm sure you kind of understand what the norm has been over the years for the challenges that women have, and you actually saw that as more of an advantage from your point of view. So how did that differ? And maybe these are tips and tools that people can take away from this today.
Look, honestly, if you're asking me, I would just say it's by God's grace. I would just say that, you know, how things happened were just left to Him. But having said that, I mean, I have asked clients before, you know, why they want to because we have a team of 17 senior legal consultants. 10 of those are women. And so we have clients that prefer to work with our women lawyers, and they actually request them. So I've asked clients before and said, you know, why do you guys prefer this? And again, this is not everyone's point of view, but some of the answers that I've gotten is we get more emotionally involved, which means that we fight harder for the cause. We tend to think of things in a different way. You know, if we are younger, then that means we're also thinking outside of the box and not in the traditional way of thinking. And that's just to name two, but I've gotten various other answers, nothing inappropriate, but yeah, I really do think that it's just about awareness. really.
Okay, amazing. And I think you've shared, you know, through those 2 points alone, some pointers that maybe aren't just applicable to women in terms of encouraging them to utilize, you know, empathy, their emotions, and having that passion. And maybe that's something that could be shared to men in the workplace as well, you know, drawing into those spaces. So that kind of helps me to kind of shift this conversation onto inclusiveness in the workplace. You know, we know industries, as you guys have mentioned here from your stories and the traditions from the countries that you're from, that industries such as, you know, law and finance have traditionally been viewed as a very male-dominated industry. So we've heard from your personal experience, but in general, how would you say that this has altered over the years to become less male-dominated? You know, I want to kind of get an understanding of the shift as an industry, and I think I'd like Henzi to lead that one.
So how it's shifted over the years. I mean, I certainly cannot say how it's happened, but I have seen more female lawyers than what I had seen 8 years ago, right, when I first moved to Dubai, for example. I was lucky to join a firm where the managing partner was a woman, so there was a strong female figurehead to begin with. But again, I've seen the positive side of it because we've just gotten a whole bunch of really good women lawyers that have approached us to join our team. So again, by God's grace. So I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that because my viewpoint tends to be quite closed and biased.
So, I mean, so we, you know, at the end of the day, this is your personal experience and what you've viewed, so we can touch on that. Would you say that the fact that, you know, you said the managing director was a female, so would you say that had an influence on, you know, her talent selection? Or would you say that it made absolutely no difference and perhaps maybe it meant that you had higher expectations set of you?
So initially, I'd just like to clarify, I mean, throughout my entire legal career, I've had support from both men and women.
Mm-hmm.
So I've had great female lawyer mentors and the same thing with male lawyers. So there was always people that were willing to help and willing to guide.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's more so about if you treat people with respect and they will give that back to you, regardless of whether they're male or female or whatever, so.
Okay, great. And Rowan, I'd like to hear from you on that point of view. Just to reiterate, I just want to get an understanding of how you feel the shift has come about within, you know, these industries over the years.
I think now everything is shifted. Why? Because Sheikh Mohammed, God bless him, and so many presidents of so many countries are encouraging women leadership. I am part of compliance and I do awareness session for code of conduct, like diversity, like racism. We need diversity in the board. We need diversity in our legal department. We need diversity in all the departments of the company or organizations. As well, Sheikh Mohammed is trying to encourage women leadership by putting women on boards and give them the weapon, which is education, which is leadership, which is certificates, what they can do, especially here, Emirati women. I am seeing a lot of Emirati women now like a minister, like in the police, lawyers, doctors. Lot of women are becoming more leaders. Because we have tone of the top, and tone of the top is the president of the country, the president of Dubai. As well, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the president of UAE, is doing the same, and Sheikh Fatma as well. So in Jordan, also Queen Rania is our lead of example. Also, she's encouraging women, especially in the poor places, to become financially independent, to help her family, to help her husband, to help her children, to generate more revenue. So being out of this part in GCC and Jordan, I am seeing more and more women are climbing the ladder. Even so, it's the first step because, you know, not all women are educated. Maybe even some countries are helping the uneducated people or uneducated women to become more educated, to enhance them, to give them something to do useful in their life in order to be valuable in this country or valuable to their family.
Amazing. I like what you're saying here. So what you're actually just kind of like reiterate is saying, in a country or a region which not only have these industries been more male-dominated, but as a country itself has been very male-dominated, we have now had a shift over the years where initiatives are being put in place to empower women, to educate women who traditionally didn't get those opportunities, and this is being set forth by the leaders of the country to ensure that they can really show the other companies that are looking up to them, they are the trendsetters, that these are the things that should be set in place. So when we talk about inclusiveness, we're seeing it trickle down right from the top. And like you say, giving that education to those who may not have had it, you can really start to see where the impact is applied, right?
Yes.
That's a really nice point, actually, to touch upon. Okay, great, thank you. And what would you like to say? Anything to add to that?
Well, I would only say that we need to realize and recognize the value which a woman can bring to the table, and have been able to sustain their own kind of self-worth and the confidence which they have while they are coming up in their career. And I would also say that how other women can help women to handhold and stifle their struggles and rise them above the roadblocks which they face.
Sure. I mean, absolutely. And, you know, just on that topic and encouraging women to be more confident, the fact that, you know, in this GCC region at least, we're having this encouraged by the leaders, etc. However, you know, we probably have people here that are from other parts of the world outside of the GCC region, or at least are servicing clients where we probably know that it's not always the same that's being applied or encouraged per se.
Yeah.
So, you know, would you say that globally, as we all know that we are striving to be more inclusive, would you say that all companies are starting to try and make more of an effort towards kind of including women in more leadership positions, board positions, etc.?
Yes, so I can say for my country that there are certain rules which are being laid down by government itself, that any organization, maybe if it's a small one, at least one woman on the board. So that's a very good initiative to be able to give a woman the role which makes her see the whole perception of working in a different light, and gives her more confidence that she can take challenging roles and be able to bring demographic change in every sense. And also there are a number of other things that government is doing as in to bring in more inclusivity in every way, equal pay like we are all talking about, and you know, but still I feel there is a lot of groundwork left. The percentage is very minuscule, so we need to have that percentage increasing. So
absolutely, and you mentioned a key term there, demographic change, and we do notice that, you know, there'll be more companies that will say we have at least one female board member, or at least 5 females that are in C-suite positions.
Yes.
How would you say that you can identify whether it's a company that's ticking a box to fulfill those criteria?
Yeah, so that's why I said a lot of groundwork needs to be done. We need to review the systems which we've put into place, the policies which are being adhered to or not, and be able to have that change in physicality rather than just on paper, because at times we see it's just mentioned on paper. She's not given equity also. It's just there for the name's sake. I think that needs to change. She is, equally liable to have a good equity in the shareholding of the company, for decision making to be able to bring that value and change in the vote of confidence for the board members. And yeah, I feel that helps a lot.
Yeah, it's very interesting as well, because I find that if we have, even if it is a tick box, the fact that we have somebody there at the top, in a board position, in a very senior position, that is able to then make the change, we almost look to them as it's your chance to make a difference.
Yeah,
you
and I
have
feel
a say.
it's more to for the women also to be able to made heard. I mean, her voice, whatever she speaks and she brings to the table, needs to be listened to and to be made.
Absolutely. No, I agree with that. And I think that comes down to introvert, extrovert, people that like to go against the grain, people that like to really stand out and prove themselves. And I noticed that a lot in you, Henzi, very strong within your position as well. So I'd like to just gain a bit of insight from you as well on that point of view. And also I'd like to drop in there, have you ever had a mentor or been a mentor to people from your senior position where there's a chance to actually start to implement those changes?
So Rebecca, if I may just add, I completely agree with Shruti about having women in those positions and having them heard, because I mean, look, at the end of the day, men think a certain way, women think a certain way, and we need to represent both sides if women in the workforce are growing, right? Like Rowan was saying, there's more and more coming in and it's being encouraged. So then, as Shruti was saying, that needs to be represented on the board and by women. And both sides, we should be actually embracing those different viewpoints and seeing it more as a puzzle that's being put together as opposed to opposing
a collaborative
viewpoints.
Approach.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
More so both sides filling in the gaps.
Yeah.
So yeah. And then, sorry, your second
so,
question,
yeah,
your actual question was
I suppose
mentoring.
I was potentially leading you into an answer there, but I personally think having a mentor or being a mentor when you are in that position with a character that isn't afraid to kind of put their foot down and say, these are the things we need to incorporate, can really make a difference. And I know yourself, who's very strong within your position, you're very outgoing and you say whatever's on your mind, just from getting to know you even, which I absolutely love. Would you say that can make a difference in mentorship? And that doesn't have to be like a one-on-one. It could actually just be that you're the only person that's happy to speak out on behalf of what everybody else is thinking, and therefore you're acting as a mentor to everyone, men and women included, within that board.
So I think as women we need to band together, right? One person is not very strong by themselves, but if we all actually do something as a collective, then that's how change happens. With regards to mentoring, I think none of us are ever perfect. We always have more that we can learn, right? The smartest person in the world only had, I think, 5% of all knowledge. So I think it's more so about encouraging and mentoring each other, right? I learned stuff today from Rowan and from you and from Shruti, and maybe hopefully it was the same other way around. So I think mentoring, especially within our team at the council services, we work as a team.
Sure.
So we all kind of mentor each other, and everyone brings a viewpoint if they think we can do something better, or so.
So, I mean, just to give some better insight for our audience today as well, we say mentoring, being more collective, etc. Let's give some value and takeaways to people that are here. What are some of the things that you feel may need to be done to actually affect that change, specifically,
Affect the changes that are being suggested as a collective?
Yeah, so, as a collective, what are some of those things, whether it's teamwork, whether it's, building workshops in relationship management within the company, whether you're having a company day out, a fun day where you're getting to know each other, something like that. Like, what are the takeaways that they could have more specifically to understand how to start to collectively make that change in their organizations?
So I really do think it depends from business to business, but I think it's very important the type of culture that you impose within a business, and that comes from the top down. So you have to be the example, and I'm not saying that I'm a perfect example. We're all always learning, right? But within our team, we look for a certain personality. Like everyone has to be harmonious. Like there's no competition. We're all working as a team. So we really do promote that as the internal culture, and that's created a very nice work environment for everyone.
Okay, amazing.
I want to say a comment, my dear. I think building relationship in a workplace is very important.
Yeah.
For example, if you build relationship in legal department or HR or whatever department, so people will know, or your colleagues or your followers will know you better. You will sometimes you face challenges when you are new in your workplace. Oh, she's coming, she has this degree, oh, she will be better than us, she will be this, she will be that, she's more confident than us, she will take more salary, some jealousy. I am talking in, not my organization, I'm talking in general. So you will find jealousy, you will find envy, you will find so many challenges in the workplace in all countries you go. So you have to build good relationship between your followers, and this happened by experience and by time. It's not from the first day. When you have teamwork or you are working in a project, they will know you better. You have to sacrifice. You have to give time to other people. You have to give your point of view. Also, if they don't know, you have to give them confidence. Once in Jordan, I worked with a male lawyer. He's junior lawyer. Oh, I don't know this, I don't know that. I told him, don't say I don't know. I will know, no problem. I will not teach you. I will help you or give you the tips in order to know and understand, and you have to take the lead. And he did it. So it's nice to help and encourage with your commitment, with your accuracy at work, with your commitment to your work, everything, with teamwork as well, everything will be encouraged and will be all good.
So I like what you said there about, when you're entering into a workplace, some people may feel threatened by you once they look at your credentials, or they see that you can walk in with all the confidence to a brand new company and you're so excited to get going, and then all of a sudden you don't get the support you think you want because people are threatened, right? So I think that for both men and women, that can be quite a common thing that happens, and especially within the industry of finance and law, and from a personal experience, finance is very competitive in some areas, especially within wealth management and sales. So you get that real sports mentality, and as a woman, you're entering into that, and you're either, as they say, go hard or go home. So how would you say that you can maybe address that when walking into a new team or a new workplace or environment? Because you don't want to change who you are, but you do want to be able to be welcomed, and if you can identify that people are seeing you as a threat, how do you take that information and flip it?
I think first of all you have to understand the people working with you. Their mindset, what they like, what they dislike. When you are working in a project with your colleagues, you will understand their point of view. And you have to encourage also their strengths, and don't look at their weaknesses. All the time you have to encourage, whatever. Then after that, when they see you like a team leader or a team worker, they will come to you, and even they will talk to you about their personal life or their family life in the end. You will build a good, strong relationship with them in the end. If, for example, if one of your colleagues gets late, you don't have to go to your manager and tell him, oh, this lady or that, he get late or she get late. You have to ask, oh, excuse me, are you okay? Anything happened with you? Then maybe there is accident, God forbid, in the road, or there is delay in her son or daughter's school, or anything to the car happened, or she's sick, or you don't know what is the circumstances. So in order to understand, you have to build an emotional, good relationship, and by time, by circumstances, you will understand each other and you will be supportive to each other.
Very interesting. And on that topic, we're talking about entering a new team, entering a workplace, especially in a very stringent industry such as finance and law. Now, I'd like to ask the same question, but from the management position, or being the boss, being in that C-suite position. Sometimes, as a woman in finance or in law, when you're really at the top and you've got serious responsibilities, you have to make certain decisions that other people may not like. So when you've put in the efforts to build relationships with your team and your colleagues, and it's all happy days at that point, but then now from a business point of view, you've had to make a certain decision that people may not like, then there's a disconnect, and people use the personal relationship to come at you about something professionally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How do you separate that at that point in time without coming across as somebody that is disregarding the relationship but trying to do something for the cause of the business? You get where I'm going with this.
Yeah. So I know that because I know where it comes from. Have been in that position, and several times there have been times when I did have to take such stringent calls, such harsh decisions, but because we're looking at the overall betterment of the organization, there are other people who are also working there for the betterment of the organization at large. So we have to put that across to the person or to the team, why the changes are happening and how it will impact them in a very mindful way, and that happens when, as a team leader, you have that kind of bonding and relationship with the team. You are able to put your message across, and it is not taken otherwise. And sometimes if it is, so be it. I mean, when you're at the top, it's lonely out there.
That was a really nice response.
My dear, I want to say a comment. I think sometimes you have to be firm also. Okay, you have to have flexibility, emotional, but sometimes you have to be firm in some decisions because you cannot delay. For example, in law, if you want to submit to the court letter or any document, there is timeline, there is deadlines. So you have to be firm with your team. We have deadline, we have to reach this deadline. We cannot overcome of this deadline, otherwise the case will be dismissed, for example. You have to be committed also. You have to build this commitment in your team. You have to be firm. Okay, I understand your personal aspect. I understand that you have family life, but you have to do the organization and the balance. I am giving salary because you come here to work. You have to understand the workplace, and you have to be a part of this team. There is commitment. You are not going, to a kindergarten, or you are not going to play. This is a job in the end.
Absolutely. So whether you're looking at it from Shruti's approach, which is, you have that relationship, you have a bond. When it's time to apply discipline, the effect is there. You should be able to recover because you have a good relationship, also be it.
That shows that how you are as a leader, especially when you're a woman. You're displaying those skills, those talents, that value you add to your organization by sticking to your ethics for the company, for the betterment of the larger.
Absolutely. So, that's one aspect of handling it. And Rowan, you have more, the other counter view of, at the end of the day, especially within an industry like law, regardless of your feelings right now, this is how things are supposed to be. We have deadlines, and once that's passed, there's nothing we can do, etc. So let's say we have conflict from it. Some people may not like it. Some people are okay with it. Henzi, how would you say recovering from that situation, how would you say, or what sort of advice would you give in terms of coming back out of that? Because just like in a football match, your teammates, you love each other, but in a game, match day, you might scream at each other on the pitch, but when you're back off the pitch, that's all out the window, you're back to love. So how do we apply that in this kind of setting?
Look, I think when you give people that environment to work in that you're talking about with relationships, then they also have to, that comes with a certain level of accountability. So people have to know that, okay, yes, we might be friends or we might have a good relationship, but work is work and we have to do what we have to do. So if you start abusing that, then I'm sorry, it goes away. So as, like, you always still have to think as a business, like at the end of the day, but like Rowan was saying, you communicate it to the team, and like Shruti was saying, you try and find a solution that works. But at the end of the day, you still have to make that decision for the business.
I like what you say there in terms of, you know, it's almost like you forgive and you forget, as they say, but sometimes we don't forget. But it's like putting certain things in a box. So you are mindful of, you know, having those experiences with different members of your team, and I've told you before, now if I feel like you're abusing that, that goes away until you've kind of earned my trust to be able to reinstill that. So maybe that's a bit of a tip and a tool that as men and women we can kind of take away from what all three of you have shared with us today. So I appreciate that. I'm very conscious of time, and I really want to get into the discussion within our last 5 minutes on the fact that over these last, 10 to 15 years, we've been shifting more into a digital space. And therefore, as women trying to climb the corporate ladder within finance and law, we have had a very traditional set way of, achieving and reaching certain KPIs that allows for you to get a promotion or, to climb that corporate ladder. But we've now shifted into that space of fintech, legal tech, smart contracts, all things becoming digital. And I have witnessed from being in the L&D aspect of finance and law that it's actually had a bit of a shift in terms of how we then achieve our KPIs, creates more challenges, more qualifications. And as you guys have heard from the introductions to our three speakers today, they're very well educated women. They are constantly thriving to better themselves from their professional careers. So with that in mind, the shift has gone into that digital space. Some of you may have been used to a more traditional way of climbing the corporate ladder, and some of you may have only known the digital shift or been a part of that transition. So can you describe a little bit more of that? And Shruti, I see you're eager for this one, so I'm going to give it to you.
So I have seen both the phases, having started at a very young age when I was a college goer, and computers weren't a thing back then. So when the shift started happening after 2005, 2006, suddenly internet became the thing, smartphones started coming on the scenario, and you are constantly, as Henzi said, you need to be able to be learnable, lifelong learner. So that's what my principles of life have been. You should constantly keep on evolving yourself and learning from other spaces and other people around you. And I feel women have come a long way, and they have been adapting to the new changes, to the digital world. You see a lot of women techs out there, and they are adapting so well such challenging roles. And you see women in NASA. So
we embrace it all.
Yeah, we have embraced it with open arms. And I really so my go-to person to learn anything new in tech is my son, because he's learning that. And I keep on irritating him as he says, Mom, you don't know this. I'm like, please, I want to learn. You got to teach me,
So that actually adds as a testament to what I was saying about you all always being, focused on self-improving. You have to make a conscious effort to become adaptable. Otherwise, you get left behind, as with anybody, you know, in the industry as we shift over.
If you want to be inclusive, you need to adapt to the new changes around you, because change is the only constant, as they say.
Henzi, I feel like you were going to jump in. Yeah, go for it.
This makes me so excited. I love legal tech. I love like fintech. I love it all. And I think there's so much that can be embraced in terms of, you know, how, what's the word I'm looking for? Efficiency. I'm getting so excited about the topic. About efficiency, you know, with automation, and there's so many cool applications and things that we can build and embrace as a law firm, and how we run it to actually increase efficiency. And we're entirely virtual as well. So technology, all of it, we incorporate as much as we can.
Amazing. So last minute that we have, I want to give you roughly 30 seconds each, or 20 seconds each, to just give me a bit of advice, any tips and tools, so that we can then round this up, and anybody else that may want to ask. Actually, as a matter of fact, do we have anybody in the audience that wants to ask some questions? Oh, we've got lots of people. Quickly, jump out.
We wouldn't have liked if you wouldn't have asked.
We can go outside as well if we're running out of time. We can all meet out there.
Yeah, we need some men empowerment to talk.
Absolutely.
So I have three things: comment, advice, and a question. So the first comment, actually, I believe that we passed the thing about, you know, equality. Halas, that's history. Men and women are equal in all, and anybody who's talking about this, at least that will be considered unethical and could be considered illegal. So that's behind for so far. The advice is always, you know, when it comes to women, it's about qualification. So you don't need empowerment. You have enough power. Don't wait someone to give you the power. You have it. And the question to you is, sometimes when you talked about actually boards, here in UAE, for example, part of the best governance is to have 1/3 of the board females. But till now, there is a struggle in appointing females. So what's needed for females to take it up to the next step of executive levels, board membership, and similar? You have the board, but it's always about you. So what's needed actually to take it? And I'll give you an example. In KSA, we are fully now appointing, you know, females. Yeah, I just appointed a female Saudi lawyer. I'm really proud about that. But we are looking actually for board members, females with who has digital, let's say, background, who can sit and have the knowledge to sit on the board, and it's not easy to find. So what's needed? We are waiting and relying on you. Thank you.
May I? There's a website that you can check out. It's called GetNeds, so Get Non-Executive Directors. And I haven't been on it for ages, but you might be able to find some suitable women for the board over there. But to answer your question, women should just go and take it.
Yeah, thank you.
There are certain parameters which I have recently come across, and I've recently also cleared the independent board of directors qualifications. So I will be on the empowerment of that, and I will be able to take up the role of independent directors on any of the company's board, and happy to be there. And yeah, so women should keep on taking up such roles, keep on achieving such skills and talents for them to be out there, to be noticed out there, and to be heard out there. Not just heard, but listened out there.
Yeah, can I say a comment, my dear? I think part of the law and part of governance, as our fellow said, to have women on board. This is very good, and it's done from the top. But also the companies itself have to encourage and to be eager to teach the women how to be qualified to be as a board member. because you will have some objections. No, woman cannot do this, no, woman cannot do that. We have qualified, we have good women, but if they need more qualifications, we have to give them some certifications, some workshop in order to be helpful in this regard and to be from tech, from finance, from legal perspective, from any part of perspective, to sit on the board, because we will have diversity, we will have good, confident, strong women eager to learn. We women are eager to learn. We like to learn more and more every day. Because of that, we came here.
So I believe that we could probably go on for another 40 minutes on this topic. So it would be lovely if we could finish that discussion after this. I think we just have one more question.
Yes, one last. Go
Yes.
ahead, sir.
So the cost for climbing the corporate ladder, or any profession for that matter.
Could you just speak a little bit more?
The cost for climbing the corporate ladder or climbing up in any profession as a man is going to be sacrificing time with your family. Are women today ready to sacrifice time with their family? Are they equipped, or do we have systems in place to help them manage both these roles? I would like to hear your comments on how the ecosystem maybe needs to evolve to help women climb the corporate ladder.
So actually, this is something that I wanted us to be able to discuss today, and so I'm glad that you brought that to light. I think actually, just by chance of COVID, it's created that space for there to be a better work-life balance, a lot more working from home. And then once we went through COVID and business was continuing, I think it was a lesson to a lot of corporations that, that balance can be, in place. And I love the word that you say about sacrifice and compromise. And before I let you guys answer that, I want to just highlight that it's important if a company or a corporation is going to encourage, this flexibility, they need to really, really encourage it and actually show that it's okay. Otherwise, you're going to have women that will want to sacrifice and compromise. They can handle that on the family point of view. But if they actually say to work, no, today I need to do this, and they get pushback, or they feel as though they don't have job security as a result, we'll never really get to move forward in that aspect. I'll let you
I
guys
think
go on.
from legal perspective, especially labor law, are now enhanced and changed. There is hybrid, you can sometimes flexibility from home, sometimes from workplace. There is part-time jobs, there is several types of jobs. So the labor and several laws and regulations are now enhancing and developing to empower women and encourage it to be more on board, be more in workplace, because we need flexibility. The woman is your wife, the woman is your sister, she's your daughter, she's your mother, she's your grandma. So you have to empower her. You have to give her flexibility, especially at workplace, because she is very commitment, follow-up person, and she's raising your children in the same time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So I think we can continue this after the panel.
Continue it all day.
I'd just like to thank you all. Just to recap on our speakers again today, we've had Rowan Abdul Noor, we've had Shruti Jobanputra, and Henzi Healy. And thank you so much for your time today. My name is Rebecca Hall, and have a great afternoon, guys.
Fantastic panel. Thank you very much, ladies. Such a great influence on young ladies. Thank you. Yes, let us pose for a group photo. That was indeed a fantastic question on building a more friendly ecosystem for increased flexibility for women, working women, and managing their work-life balance with home and the family. Great question. Thank you very much once again, ladies. That was fantastic. All right, we are now headed for lunch and reconvening here in 1 hour, so at 1:30. Thank you very much. I'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our day 3 afternoon session. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We will commence the afternoon with a panel discussion on environmental, social, and governance, ESG, regulations and standards, global and regional perspectives. And so I would like to call upon our moderator, Mr. Alif Fazlboy, Senior Partner for ALMT Legal. Welcome, Mr. Alif. And for our panelists, Kaushik Mukherjee, President Legal for India Bulls Housing Finance. Welcome, Kaushik. Tamil Selvan Ramados, Chief Financial Officer for Masa Trading. Welcome, sir. And Mr. Mike Hindi, Chairman for Green Logistics Groningren, but I believe he is not present at the moment. So, gentlemen, the floor is yours, and please leave the last 10 minutes for questions from the audience.
Thank you, Alex, and welcome everyone to this last day. We've had a wonderful 2.5 days, and we hope to keep the trend going. We have a great panel here. Unfortunately, Mike Hindi is missing, but if you do show up, please join us. Kaushik, I think, has made this session absolutely his own. 3rd day in a running, first session after lunch. And seeing all of you here, I think he's done a great job. He's the Legal and Compliance Officer at India Bulls in Mumbai. Tamil, as the name suggests, is from Tamil Nadu, originally in India. Been in Dubai for over 20 years and is an acclaimed strategic and investment advisor with Masa Trading here in Dubai. He will give us a global perspective on ESG. Now, ESG is the new buzzword which has been going around for the past few years now. And everybody seems to be talking about it, whether regulators, social activists, investors, companies, everyone's talking about it. But is it something new, or has it always been there, like a sleeping giant which has just woken up? In India, I know we've had the environment protection laws in place since the 1980s, but no one really has taken it seriously until now. Kind of reminds me of a little funny anecdote. When I was a student, the GATT agreements, the General Agreement for Tariff and Trade, was being negotiated. And I had no idea what GATT was. So I asked someone, what is GATT? And he looks at me and says, the General Agreement to Talk and Talk. So with that, I mean, as I said, ESG is being talked about for years, but thankfully now talk is turning into action, and everyone's swinging into action in overdrive. So with this, I would like to ask both the panelists to begin with Kaushik from an Indian perspective. What are the recent laws and regulations that India has been enacting or propaganding in the last couple of years?
Yeah, so hi everyone. Like Alif said, each of the afternoon sessions post-lunch is mine, so you guys can take a snooze now. I'll try my best to keep you guys up, but I can't promise. So anyway, going back to the topic, as Alif said, this field now of ESG is assuming importance. The legislators in India, the regulators in India are actually giving a lot of importance to this field. And recently, you know, the markets regulator in India, which is the Securities and Exchange Board of India, came up with this reporting. It's called the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report that is required to be prepared by the top
1,000 companies by market capitalization. And this just shows that the regulators in India are actually stopping to take note of the environment, the social responsibility that the leading corporates in India have. And I think it is a step in the right direction with all of these companies having to do this reporting on an annual basis. So that is one significant development that has occurred. Other than that, with the new Companies Act coming in a few years back, CSR or corporate social responsibility is something that the companies laws in India now requires you to comply with. Now, what is this? So, companies with a significant turnover are now required. So the details being, companies with a net worth of 500 crores or turnover of 1,000 crores or profits of 5 crores. Apologies, crore is an English term and is an Indian term, and it's 10 million makes a crore. And basically a committee is required to be formed by each of these companies that actually fulfill any of these 3 turnover, net worth, or profits parameters. And so they are actually required to make a committee that reports to the board. One independent director has to be part of this committee, and 2% of your average net profit has to be spent in CSR activities. If you don't do it, you have to have a due cause as to why you're not making that spend. Sometimes in an ongoing project, you're given a longer duration to actually spend this money if it's a project-based spend. But needless to say, you actually have to put aside a part of your profits for social activities currently, under the current laws. So I think, in all, there have been a few more legislations as well, but we'll talk about that during the course of this presentation. But as of now, needless to say that ESG is assuming a lot of importance in India.
Thanks Kaushik. Tamil, from a global UAE and global perspective, if you'd like to tell us what's happening, including with some of the IFSR regulations and the laws coming in.
Good evening and good afternoon. I think post-lunch session is always a very challenging session, right? Okay. Thanks for turning up, and today's session on ESG is very, very important in the sense like we are in the forefront, or we are in the time when ESG has been taken into very, very serious business. Let me give you some insight on these 3 and the timeline behind that, so that we can know how long it has taken to reach where we are now and how far we have to go further. It was way back in 1950s in United States, the Union and the Association of Electrical Engineers, they use their pension funds not to be invested by any private owners or mutual fund owners. In fact, they took the pension funds and started investing and using that fund for housing and construction activities for really suffering electrical engineers. So this is how the social framework started. And from there, you can see that the triple bottom line, we call them the so-called the corporate social responsibility. You can see the SOX. I think Kaushik can talk on hours on SOX, how the governance issues has become a very, very serious issue after the Enron case, where we put a fence to protect the assets of the organizations for the stakeholders, where the fence itself start eating the assets. So we wanted to put auditors on the auditors, checkers on the checkers, correct? So that's how the governance issue came in. So when we have a lot of laws came in across the globe on environmental issues, how to protect our land, how to protect our earth for many, many decades now. So putting all this together, we have now come up with an idea called ESG. But before even to that, United Nations have taken this as very seriously, and from 1980s, 1990s, they've started forming something called Sustainable Development Goals. SDGs, we call them as, and there are 17 SDGs has been formulated, which can be across social, economical, environmental, and also governance issues. But mostly it was talking on the sustainability models. Then we also have something called the triple bottom lines that have come up. So if you can see across the globe, many countries have contributed, but in the recent past, in the last 2 decades, the European nations have taken it very, very seriously, and they've come up with a lot of standards. They are the pioneers in this particular segment, and today we stand in 2022 that ESG has become an important part of any businessman. And I come from the finance side, I represent a finance fraternity. For us, today we cannot breathe in and out without thinking about what is ESG. Let it be green funds, let it be reporting, let it be ISSB. There are a lot of standards that has come out. There are a lot of regulatory bodies that is actually talking about how to comply with that. Having said that, let me list out some of the standards actually that is taking the ESG into shape. If you allow me, I'll read out the complete list of various initiatives and standards that has come out in this part of the world and also globally.
We have Mr. Mike Hindi that will be joining, the chairman of Green Logistics, Groningren. Mr. Hindi, welcome, sir.
Please welcome Mike. Hi. So basically we are talking about the SASB, that is the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, which has been formulated by the International Financial Reporting Standards and also the ISB, where they gave around 70 plus industries how to follow some sustainability standards. And recently we also been having ISSB, the International Sustainable Standards Board, as a part of the IFRS, which will also take the SSB into consideration. We have already been having global reporting initiatives that is on the Sustainable Investment Organization, that's called the GRI. We have the integrated reporting from the International Integrated Reporting Committee called the IARC to make more integrated reporting. We have the TCFT, that is the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. We have greenhouse gas protocols. We have PRIs, that stands for the Principles for Responsible Investment. We talk about CDP, that is the Carbon Disclosure Project. We talk about the Global Real Estate Industry Benchmark, that is GRESSB. And we talk about various such standards that has been pronounced. So on one side, we do have a maturity level coming up across the globe, wherein the wave started from Europe and translated into a lot of standards. This is on the standard side. On the regulatory side, I think all the global forum is picking up on that, right from the US Securities Exchange Commission, right from the SEBI in India, everybody's picking up, but they're still, in my point of view, they're still a little lagging on making it as a very strong regulation, expanding it to all the levels of organizations. Now, if you talk about sustainability, if you talk about socio-economic or even the environmental things, it is not only the high net companies, or we call them as the 500 crore companies or billion companies, they are responsible for these environmental issues. Even the small manufacturers, SMEs, SMPs, MSMEs are also responsible, but the legal structure have not extended to that. Let me talk about having Kaushik touched on from India. Let me touch from the UAE specific Alif. Actually here, we have something called the Security and Commodity Authority, SCA we call it as, which regulates the public joint stock companies. As per the article, I would say if I'm not wrong, not to quote wrongly, it is Article 76 of SCA 2020 decision. They said that all the joint stock companies that is listed in ADX, that is Abu Dhabi Exchange, and DFM, that is the Dubai Foreign Financial Markets, they have to comply with some of the guidances on sustainability that has been required by the directives as per the SCA. Plus, voluntarily, they are also required to follow the GRI, that is the Global Reporting Initiative. All the sustainability reports should be published and also be submitted to the SCA within 90 days from the closure of the financial year. So this is a recommendation, and I think Middle East is already picking up in a legal side also. We are not lagging. UAE has been doing a great job on that, and I think this is the way we can set in the forum today and the tone, and I just leave next to Alif for the next level of question.
No, but before we move on, just to sort of add to what Tamil has said, that the report that I spoke about is also required in India, is also required to be benchmarked against GRI and a couple of other global standards, SASB, TCFT, for instance. So this benchmarking is also required under Indian law for these top 1,000 companies. But I totally agree with Tamil. It's not just the top 1,000 companies, but it's actually, it should be extended. In India, for the sake of completeness, as Alif alluded to that briefly, is that we do have environmental standards for each and every company in India, and that's not just the top 1,000. There are environmental laws in place that have always been around. There is air clearance, there is a water, hazardous waste. So these are all laws, environmental laws that already exists in India for many years now. But as Alif sort of mentioned, people have only recently started to take notice.
Yeah, thanks both, and welcome, Mike. Mike, we are all from India, but you have Hindi as part of your name, which is our national language. And I think we are all curious to know where that originated from. But as an aside, welcome, and I think you are from Switzerland, if I'm right. And could you give us a European perspective on the laws that's happening, what's happening in Europe on ESG, the recent laws and regulations that are being implemented?
Thank you. So first of all, apologize. I had some logistic issue, so I arrived a bit later, but I'm glad to be here now today with everyone. And actually, this is a topic which is quite important to me, and I will come and share a couple of perspectives. First, as an owner, co-owner of a middle-sized business. So most recently, I acquired Green Logistics Groningen, which is an end-to-end logistic service provider based in the Netherlands. Second of all, from an investor perspective, and thirdly, from a former head of procurement in one of the big pharma companies at Novartis previously. So if we start with the first lens, for us as a middle-sized business, it is fundamental to be on the top in terms of the ESG footprint. Because, you know, nowadays it's not only about caring about people, it's also about caring about the planet and the impact. And so when we were looking for a potential company to acquire, it was something that we saw as an extremely big added value when we found out that Green Logistics was very advanced in terms of the ESG footprint. So for instance, you know, most of our energy is from our solar panels on our warehouse rooftops. We have a local association of disabled people which we support, more than 10 of them. We support a foundation in Africa for kids in terms of schooling and nursing. We also have most recently planted more than 3,500 trees globally. And then there is many other activities we do. We have invested into recycling machines so that we can recycle internally our own material. We don't use any material which is non-recyclable. So we are very, you know, it's something that is very important for us. And the same way as we care about the people, we care about the planet. And so this, I remember when I was basically discussing with my shareholders, it was a very important topic in Europe. It is getting even more important, but also when you want to do some leverage financing, so the same way as from the equity side, it's important, it's also equally as important with the banks when you're dealing with the banks. But what is even more important, I believe, is for your general stakeholders, not only the shareholder themselves. So for our customers, they highly perceive this element. They constantly are very pleased to know whenever we're taking some additional initiative from an ESG standpoint. The same way from our supplier side, it's something that we expect from them, that we push them to improve from that standpoint. And I think what is, at least from my perspective, what is driving this is because we are looking for sustainable partnerships. And sustainable partnership embeds anything that is sustainable moving further, whether it's on the environmental side, whether it's on the social side, whether it's also on the governance side. So this is something quite important. Now let me also share with you the last part of the perspective. So as coming from, before jumping into this entrepreneurial journey, as I mentioned, I used to be working in the corporate world. I was at Novartis, one of the biggest pharma companies, and I was responsible of a 400 million spend. And it was of critical matter to request our suppliers and our strategic partners to be on the top of the front from an ESG standpoint. This is what patients expect. This is what consumers expect. This is what all stakeholders expect nowadays. And this is, you know, in Europe, this is a very important thematic. Today, with the crisis, the energy crisis, governments are even pushing further to accelerate the use of renewable energies. And I'm very, in a way, you know, whenever there is problems, there is also opportunities to improve. And I'm very glad about that. And on a personal basis, my team is doing a fantastic job towards this direction. But it all fits, at the end of the day, of a culture element, because you mentioned a couple of laws, regulations, etc. But laws and regulation cannot substitute the people side. It's something that has to be embedded in people's mindset. It is something that has to be integrated in the day-to-day behavior. For those who do not know me, although I've been living for the past 20 years in Switzerland, I'm originally from Lebanon as well and France. So Lebanon is typically a country who probably have a lot to learn on that standpoint. It's maybe something that is not yet rooted in the culture because there are other problems on which they are focusing on. However, my strong belief is whenever we tackle these things, we can tackle many other problems. And I think that's the way to go, even for, you know, developing countries, even for businesses that are shooting for the short term. But actually, if you are taking that angle in perspective, that can help you create further more values with all your stakeholders and for your business as well. Any questions?
We'll come to questions, I think, at the end of the session. So thank you for that. Now, we as professionals also have a role to play in educating people and also in our own professions. Like, for example, we try and go paperless, or we have more energy saving tools in office. And also from the investor community, there's a lot of interest in investing in companies which are ESG friendly. I remember, again, I don't know how many of you saw the Legal, one of my favorite television serials being Boston Legal many years ago. And Denny Crane, the hero, I mean, one of the big clients of the firm came and told him at Christmas time that all your lights are not environmentally friendly. You're using all these fancy, big energy taking lights, and please change it to environmentally friendly lights. And Denny Crane, being Denny Crane, says, no one can dictate to me what I do. And of course, as Denny Crane, he got away with it. But this was 2001. Now in 2022-23, if my client tells me to change my lights, my biggest client, I will do it today, not tomorrow. And similarly, if we are looking for investments, I mean, investors today are very conscious in where they invest. And one of the big things is ESG compliant companies or ESG conscious companies. So maybe Kaushik, can you give us some views on this, and also as professionals, what we can do and what investors are looking at nowadays?
So I think, thanks Alif. So I think most importantly, you know, in the last few years, we've seen the growth of ESG funds in India. In fact, one important piece of statistic that I would like to share with you is between 2019 and 2021, assets under management by domestic, and these are not international funds, domestic ESG funds, they quadrupled, 4 times actually increased. And that just goes on to show that today, investors are actually looking for companies that are ESG compliant. Companies are coming up with reports. For instance, we recently had an IPO of one of the largest investors in India, Life Insurance Corporation of India. It was one of the largest IPOs. And generally the trend in IPOs was not to come up with an ESG report. But surprisingly enough, LIC, considering its size, considering the huge amount of investments that it was calling for, it actually complied with preparing a ESG report. And that was actually disclosed to all investors in the IPO. So as it turns out, and LIC is being such an important and such a large investor by large company by volume, if it goes on to prepare a report for disclosure to investors in its IPO document, one can clearly expect that this will soon become a market standard, because in an IPO disclosure there is no fixed requirement for coming up with such a report. However, this just goes on to show that if you would like to raise significant funds, it works just as well to prepare one of these reports. Other than that, there are these green bond guidelines. I think I'll take that during the course of this presentation. But needless to say, investors are in India. Indian companies are complying with ESG norms, preparing reports, benchmarking them against global standards in order to be able to raise funds.
Tamil, do you have a global perspective on what investors are looking at? How seriously are they taking ESG issues when looking at potential targets?
Thanks, Alif, and thanks, Kaushik, to throw some light on the Indian perspective. Now, let me take to the global perspective. If you look at the ESG assets that is currently managed in 2022, it is a whopping number of $41 trillion. US dollars. I repeat, it's $41 trillion on the ESG assets. And they're expected to be in 2025 to $53 trillion, and that would roughly more than 1/3 of the assets under management expected to be in 2025 to $141 trillion. So when you're talking about assets under management in 2025, roughly on $140 trillion, more than 1/3 is what we are talking about ESG assets. This itself is a very clear idea as to why investors are looking at ESG as a very, very important component, correct? So in that, almost 11 trillion in 2025 is expected to be the ESG debt financing alone, okay? And if we talk about the ESG data market, it's almost 1.5 trillion. So I can keep talking about statistics on the projections, which is going to be even more than at the real time when it comes to 2025. So this is what the level of assets we are talking about for ESG. So no wonder why finance people like us are preparing ourselves in every forum, the bankers, the institutions that will finance, the financial institutions, the regulators, the standard setting bodies, the IFR institutions, the US GAPs, even there are standards for the government called the IPSAS, International Public Sector Accounting Standards, which has been followed by even the Dubai government and the UAE government to report on accrual accounting. Apart from the accrual accounting advancement, they're also getting into the sustainability reporting reporting standards. So when government themselves are going for governmental standard, what you call as reporting on sustainability, what talk about the private investors? They are not going to get funds easily anymore. Like in the morning sessions, like one of these sessions, they're talking about the Hawala market or the unbanked money. Singapore is already closing it very tightly. So globally, you can see that how the bankers will play a huge role in trimming down this Hawala or the unaccounted money. Similarly, you will see the funds are not going to be easily available for non-ESG compliance entities. So this is very, very important. And I think right from the middle-sized companies to top companies, of course, it will start from the top-tier companies like what Kaushik was telling in India or in any other part of the world. But as Mike is telling, Europeans or Europe Union models have already ingrained that in their culture. So which means they are not going to pay even a penny for a company which is not ESG compliant. It will become a stigma on the company, even if you are a regular user of that products. I don't want to bring any specific brands here. If you are using already some brands on a day-to-day basis and you come on a report in Europe saying that they are not ESG compliant or they're having some issues, I think consumers are going to really protest against that. So this is a serious issue. So right from the public scenario, publics are getting more, I would say, educated on that. So the regulating bodies, the financial institutions, the bankers, the standing setting bodies, everybody is getting to that. Having said that, the next important thing is that COP, the Committee on Conference upon Parties for the Climate Control that has happened recently and going to happen in UAE also, I'll talk on that. They're all putting a lot of pressure on all the whole ecosystem of financing this whole setup. So I think everybody's taking it serious. As finance guys, we are also taking it very serious so that we in and out think about ESG, and we as minimum will talk about how our organizations are well prepared to prepare ESG compliance reporting so that we can get easy funding and also compliance to that.
If I may add, so at least from the European landscape perspective, there is tons of incentives that are being put in place from the different government jurisdictions and so on, you know, to push towards this direction. So that can be tax relief, it can be some subventions, it can be some non-dilutable funds, and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of incentives that are going into this direction. You mentioned, you know, that it's embedded in the culture. It's really crazy. I mean, for me, who came from the Middle East initially, who moved there when I was 18, it was a big shock because back then already it was a topic in the society, whether being it on all the recycling. I remember there was like maybe 10 different trash that are different and you had to do it yourself. Nobody's going to do it for you because people, this is what they care about. The same as where is coming the product, what is the supply chain behind it, what is the value chain, how is it being governed, what is the social and societal impact on that. So those are thematics that are very important and that have increasingly been more and more important on the investment side. Sometimes the investors, on a personal belief, they might not really care much about it, but they do it because they know that this is a bit the direction to go. They see their other peers investing in this direction. Having said all this, I still believe that the framework still needs to be highly improved. How the reportings are being made still requires a lot of improvement. There is still a discrepancy between the lawmakers who are trying to set some regulation and some law and still the reality on the market. I think that's, you know, one of the biggest challenges. I think moving further, it is very critical to start being able to have some people who really understand it, not who just say, oh, ESG. ESG is a nice word to say, but at the end of the day, it doesn't mean anything if you don't know how to make it happen. And so as I was saying earlier, and I think this is something I want to re-emphasize, you know, it's like in a business, there is the top down and then there is the bottom up. And it's very, very important that it has these two elements, that it's also bottom up coming in order for it to have an impact globally in the different countries, different businesses and industry.
Mike, thanks for putting that point. Just to add one point to that. The ESG has become a very big buzzword, but there's a lot of challenge. The challenges are from how to unify the standards across the globe, or even within a region, or even within a state for that matter. This is one of the first important challenges. I think this would be a question anyway coming from your side, but before that I thought I will answer this. Second challenge is basically getting prepared for the setup. Are the organizations, tomorrow you bring the standards, you bring the law and enforce on them, are these MSMEs or even the big corporate giants, are they ready to have this data collection process within the organization? Do they have the ecosystem? Today you talk about ERP systems. Even today, after 30 years of implementation of ERP systems, big companies are struggling to collect and collate the data for reporting. So do we have a integrated reporting platform, technology support for that matter? This is a big challenge for internally for the companies. And the most important thing, even for the standard setters themselves, how do you numerically measure social and governance aspects? When it comes to environments, this is the climatic conditions you are supposed to measure with this Fahrenheit, or these are the levels of chemicals you cannot discharge beyond this. So there are a lot of scientific, you call them as measuring or metrics to do for the so-called environmental side. Even there are some challenges. But when it comes to the I would say that metric managements of governance and the social, it's very difficult because today even there are a lot of difference of opinions. How do you measure a social aspect? How do you measure a governance aspect? So can I say you are getting 9 out of 10? What does it mean? What does it mean in governance? So then you have to go to sub-parameters. And so you have to read all collectively the reports along with the data. Like how do you read the financial reports? You don't understand everything from the P&L, balance sheet and cash flows. There's a big set of notes to accounts. There's a financial statements to be understood along with the statements. So also goes with this. So as Mike said and Kaushik said, there are a lot of challenges. How the readers are going to understand that? So we prepare a report. It takes some years for them to get accustomed to how do you evaluate the reports of ESG. So these are all the challenges we do have, but the best thing is to start, not just keep talking about it.
I think that's a wonderful perspective. So we've seen what the laws are, we've seen the challenges, we've seen what investors are looking at. And for some final remarks, I think if people can talk, I think Kaushik, you mentioned something about green bonds. So if you could talk about what are these green bonds and how are they different from other bonds in the market? And then if each one can say something, what our obligations as professionals are in the ESG sphere. Kaushik.
Sure. So to begin with, green bonds are environmental friendly bonds that, there is a benchmark and a criteria that needs to be fulfilled for something to qualify as a green bond. Our markets regulator in India, SEBI, actually came up with certain guidelines based on international best practices and formulated a regulation that would require a certain set of disclosures to be made in relation to green bonds. As it turns out, I've only recently, last couple of years, moved in-house. But prior to that, I used to be a capital market and a public M&A lawyer in India. And I was with one of the largest law firms at the time that we actually did the first green bond in India. And as it turns out, the company that I work for now as general counsel is the company that actually did the first green bond in the market. So there is a full disclosure standard that needs to be met. There are disclosures that are required to be provided to the public to categorize something as a green bond. So my client at the time and my employer now is actually partly also in the affordable housing segment. So affordable housing is also one of the things that would qualify you to categorize a certain bond as a green bond. And so once you are able to categorize the bond as a green bond, you tap into certain parts of the market that actually certain investors that do habitually invest in these type of securities. So that's what I would like to say about green bonds.
Thanks, Kaushik. I think you really set the tone on the green bonds. So what is green bonds actually? It is in the name, right? So whenever you talk about sustainability, when you talk about clean environment, what color comes to us is the chlorophyll color of green, right? So green bonds are not something new to us actually. Green financing has started in the maritime sector a long time back because maritime trade is one of the, I come from the maritime sector, as I told in the morning session. I worked for Dubai government for almost 13 years in the Dubai maritime sector, and 90% of the world trade happens through sea, correct? And there is a lot of pollution starts there. Before we talk about the air pollution, the sound pollution, the water pollution happens in sea because of the sea transport is the 90% of the whole trade of the globe. So we as pioneers in the maritime industry, along with the Dubai Maritime Cluster, talked about green financing and started giving support from the government for all the entities. We created even a green, what you call as fund, which is a sovereign fund supported from the UAE government sector, where any new innovators who wants to create new models. I'll give a very specific idea so that you can get the things. You know the law of buoyancy and ship floats, because inside the ship there is something called ballastic water. Ballast water we call them as. These ballast waters are kept inside the ship so that the ship can be acting as per the law of buoyancy. So when you have a big container ship starting from China, they take waters from there, fill it up to balance it, and with that waters, there are some species carried from there, and when it comes to Dubai waters, in Dubai ports in Jebel Ali, these waters are let down to reduce the weightage or whatever it is, and these waters are getting mixed in the local waters. You talk about the Gulf waters getting married with or mixed with the Chinese waters coming from that land. So there is something called invasive species. These species will create algae, red tide in the sea waters here. This is about the environment, right? Sometimes you go to any of the sea areas, you can see a lot of ships or a lot of fishes are floating there because of the invasive species, which is attacking the local fish, which cannot have the natural immunity. These are the issues we're talking about environment. So we talked about how to treat the ballast water. So before letting down the water, it is done through a lot of water treatments. As per the International Maritime Organization, there are laws on that. We started taking the laws and we started integrating it. But people don't want to do it because it's extra investment. Then government said that, guys, we will support you because it's a part of green maritime financing. So this is not new to me anyway. But now, as a part of overall ESG, green financing is very, very important. Whatever that will help the environment, whatever that make the environment more sustainable, more green, is a green financing. Inside the green financing, you do also have specifically climate bonds, which is specifically related to climate management. So green financing is a very generic name given to make the whole globe and protect it. Now, to talk about the statistics, Q3 2022, global green bonds has closed with 2 trillion market value. Market, my friends, it's 2 trillion market value, and it is expected to be 5 trillion market value by 2025, wherein among that, the climate bonds alone constitute to $33.2 billion. So this is the whopping data we are talking about, the green bonds. Now coming to the specific UAE model, UAE has started a green sukuk. We call them as bond. Bond is sukuk in Arabic word. So we have started, and the global sukuk market, which is basically an Islamic financing structure, it is based on the global markets. You can say it's 1 trillion sukuk, out of which $17 billion is what the UAE contribution in 2022. So we are not lagging anyway. UAE is a forerunner when it comes to green bonds. We are very much a leader in this region, in MENA region, most in Middle East and the African region, where we are investing a lot on green bonds. The Abu Dhabi government, the Dubai government, even the Saudi markets, which they are now expanding, they will also more contribute to the green markets. Now, one thing I want to just say is that the COP, the Conference of Parties on Climate Controls, has happened in 2026 in Glasgow, UK. And 2017 just finished in Egypt. And 2020, COP28 is going to be hosted in 2023 in Dubai from November to December. Give a big clap to that. Give a big clap to that. We are hosting, we as UAE government in Dubai, we are the host country for next COP28. You know what does it mean? When that finishes in the world, globally, Middle East is this continuous 2 countries hosting in the Middle East for the COP. No other continent has done it actually. So this is the seriousness of green funds, climate control bonds, green financing, green sukuk. That's what we are looking out. And I think this is a great news from this country.
These are indeed staggering figures. Thank you for that. Mike, any closing remarks, or we open up the floor to questions? Anyone questions?
Yeah, I know it's a very vast topic, but not the new. Maybe names have changed. I think we may go back and see in our history where the countries were fighting on the environmental aspect. And we also aware of the imbalanced growth across the countries in the world. And now ESG comes with a very big tag. Of course, Mr. Tamil has tried to actually tell that actually there are certain governments which are supporting with finance. The question comes, yesterday I want to take a cue from what Mr. Mukherjee has said, a profit maximization and sustainable development. And today we have ESG. Here I want to understand who is the loser. See, if you see the entire development pattern, so a lot of the developed countries are looking at the developing countries or the third world because cheap labor, ease of doing business is a new concept. The major concept is maximization of profit. Let us not actually ignore that fact. And today we are giving a lot of fancy name. Of course, I accept the fact that the earth does not belong to our ancestors. We borrowed it from our kids and the generation to come. And the environment is very crucial. But in this capital word, who is the loser? Whether the theory of profit maximization is still alive or the company is ready to shed its profits and consider ESG in a very serious terms.
Actually, in my point of view, this is when you look at it from a short-term value creation. However, if you try to switch a bit the mindset how you see it, you might see that this is something that can create, so now it will create some investment, yes. It will require some changes, yes. But on the long run, this will create a lot of added value to you. This is a bit going back, to the zero-sum game or trying to increase the share of the pie. So either you say, you know what, I'm going to fight to keep it the status quo, and then I want to try to get a 70% share, but then 70% of like that is not so much. Or you say, you know what, I'm willing to get maybe 20% and collaborate with others, give away, but then we are going to increase the share of the pie and my 20% will be worth much more. So I see these things coming hand in hand. Because at the end of the day, as a business person, what you want is to be able not to create value for your shareholder, but to create value for your stakeholders so that you can have a business that will grow in a sustainable manner. So I think being originally from a country who is considered below the emerging market or whatever, which is struggling big time, Lebanon, and having spent my past 20 years in Europe, in Switzerland, which is the other extreme, I think that this requires a mind shift from many people to be able to foresee this. I struggle with my friends, with my family, to try to explain them long-term sustainable value, what it means. They're always looking at the short term, at tomorrow, what will happen tomorrow. I think it's a different mindset.
I agree. I think the mindset is very important. Sorry, Kaushik, you were saying something.
Yeah, just 1 second. Just to answer Prashant's question. Prashant, see, profit maximization is not bad per se. But as Mike said, we are looking at sustainable development. And now, just to give you one small example, we spoke about green bonds. I don't know where you're from. Are you from Chennai or Delhi? Okay. So if you were living in Delhi today, at the Ghaziabad side, you would know that the clean water you're getting is because of green bond investors who've actually invested in one of the municipal bodies that have raised green bonds. So clean water is equally important, and what are you going to do with those profits unless you have clean drinking water, clean potable water for everyone?
Being from finance side, I think I should add some point to that actually. Prashant asked a very important question that profit maximization is the core thing for any business. I think there is a misnomer and misunderstanding. Profit maximization is a short-term goal. Wealth creation is a long-term goal, correct? Even in the financial textbooks, they teach you profit maximization is a short-term goal, whereas wealth creation. So here, in the ESG market, the wealth is nothing but the environment. If you start scratching the environment, if you start really doing something bad to the environment, and by that way we make profit, where we are going to use this profit? What is the point in having not stopping single-use plastic and making huge profits? And how you're going to eat a fish from the sea when all this sea species are eating all your plastic? So what profits we are talking about? We can make, we have to think, we have to be trained, as Mike was telling, how to make profit maximization with sustainable models. That is what we are talking about. The thinking that profit maximization and sustainability is an oxymoron itself is a wrong thinking. It has to go hand in hand. Our forefathers lived happily by drinking water from a clay pot, and they lived happily, sustainably, and profitably, and they created more wealth. Am I correct? So why can't we also do something in a better way where the technology is available? We have technology to that extent where we can create a lot of reusabilities, a lot of things can be done, and still we can make more profits. This is the thinking mind we should shift to, that ESG and profitability are not oxymoronic. They are not opposite. They can coexist. This is what we are trying to give. If we don't have the thinking process, the market will force you. Because if you are a person want to spoil the environment and make profit, your funding will be shut. That's what I'm talking about. The systems, the ecosystems are maturing towards that. We have to get to that culture. If you are not, you'll be forced to get on that culture. So that's what I think is the right platform to take that level.
I think that's a wonderful note to close the session. I think we are out of time, and I think everyone's got a lot of food for thought. A change in mindset is necessary, and thank you to the panel.
Yeah, before you close, can I please squeeze in a question? Just one question. So thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, panelists. A lot of passion in this discussion. We clearly need more ESG conferences. Thank you. Yes, a group photo they would like, Mr. Alif.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Tamil. All right. Moving on, our upcoming panelists will discuss the future of legal technology and how to optimize your use of these tools. Please put your hands together for the speakers. We have Mr. Ashish Jain, founder of Samvidhan Attorneys at Law. Welcome, Ashish. And Josh Dalia, Legal Counsel, Office of Advocate. Josh Dalia, welcome. And the topic is doing more with less, optimizing your legal tech toolkit. Welcome, gentlemen. If we could set the timer, please. I'm sorry? You just click it upwards, sir. Yes. And please save some time for questions from the audience. Thank you.
So we have 34 minutes. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's had a nice lunch. Yep, seems like it. So we have a very interesting topic because this is not just relevant to the present, but this is definitely the future. Technology is now much more integrated into law than it ever was, like it is in every other field. You know, we've had so many cases where technology has managed to bring much more to law than it has to bring to much more other fields. For example, we've had something as simple as a professional legal calendar integration. Now for lawyers, as we all know, you know, time is a very essential topic for us. And we keep adding things to our notes, adding things to our calendar. This used to be the old school ways. You'll generally see lawyers carrying journals or diaries around with them. Now that's really changed because now we've got these algorithmic AI-based calendars which get integrated with your Google calendars or your Apple calendars and likewise. What they essentially do, They are not calendars that list down what you have to do for the day, but that they are calendars which list down when your matters are coming, what your matters are, what are they relevant to, the kind of, and the deepness to that is that you can add the clientele. The client is also informed of the same, has the same dates. You can put in your notes, you can put in the parties, you can put in stuff like who are your relevant associates or your juniors who are working on the matter. Everybody is integrated to that. Now what essentially that does is something so simple as, for me personally, I used to face a major difficulty when moving across courts, that how does one keep track of their matters? 5 days later, 6 days, a week later, a client will just message me or reach out to me saying, what happened to in my matter? What is the next step? What are we to do now? Now that can effectively be gone and I can focus on the way forward. Because what is that happening is they're getting the same messages I'm getting. They're getting the same integrated messages. They're getting aware of what happened in the last date, what is going to happen now. So that reduces the burden of memory which is taxed upon us. And as a counsel, as an arbitrator where I've had to jump across various faucets, various courts, sometimes even cross borders, it's very important that I can live more into what I actually have to do and not just worry about what happened. More so, I think technology has really evolved in the way lawyers run their case management. Me, for example, an average lawyer's office will be filled with files. You will have, Ashish will also testify to, there'll be a large space filled with files. Some of which are nearly redundant, some of which are important, but they'll have a lot of information, a lot of papers, which at the end of it, you won't know what to do with it. Now, for me, a lot of my information has now been scanned in. A lot of that has been turned into digital documentation, which is easily accessible. Things like OCR, optical character recognition, has come into place where it's basically reading stuff. I can search things into my documents which were not accessible before. I don't need to keep flipping pages for everything. I put in the search and I find out everything that's relevant to it. Something as simple as my orders, my notes, my documentation, everything has been synergized together and it's automatically updated. Of course, we have to update it as and when, but it's that much less strenuous and we don't need to keep carrying around moving courts to, carry papers, big files across with us. Courts have also acknowledged the same, especially in India earlier, we weren't allowed to carry our cell phones, we weren't allowed to carry our laptops as such, but now that's slowly evolving. Judges are also understanding the same. They're also reading out of laptops, they're reading out of tablets, they're understanding the importance of something like this. And so is the acceptance for something, which I felt was very important over time. A very important thing where technology also helps is case research. Now, originally, as we all know, we used to screen through multiples and multiples of books. Of course, that still happens now. That's the ethos of what legal research is. But now it's much more evolved with AI coming into the place where they screen the research for you. Many a times you're just thinking of a vague topic, you start researching it, go within, and you eventually come to your place. Now, what that does, it picks upon what you're trying to research through, guides you to the right direction, and you eventually reach where you have to much faster, saving you time to, focus on things which are much more important. Then you have something which is known as court time management. Now, I've personally used softwares which really help manage my schedules in that sense, where when my name has been fed in, and in any matter which is related to cases where I am one of the representatives, I immediately get aware of the same. The moment that case has been filed and the data has been put in the server. What used to happen earlier was we'd receive a shock in evening before the matter that, this matter has been listed tomorrow, make yourself available. And a very simple dialogue that we write to people, you can be aware should you choose, you can be present should you desire and should you want to be present. Now what essentially means is we've informed you. If you've had any difficulty, we've informed you on the 11th hour. If you faced any difficulty, it's your fault. And what happens by that, they'll get a stay, they'll get an ex parte hearing, they'll basically get they'll put you into trouble and put your clients into trouble. Now, what this helps is I'm informed much in advance, even before the other side informs me of a case that they filed. The moment they file it, the moment that goes into the server, I'm aware of the same because it's been tracked through my name. And I feel that's something very important and relevant for people who are always on the run, because we're all traveling. Now it's no longer us sitting in one office, one chamber, fighting in one court. What virtual courts have essentially, in that virtual hearings have also done, is that you can spread your wings across multiple cities, multiple jurisdictions in the same day and not waste time in traveling and the allied difficulties in that. More so, an important aspect that comes with technology is that of networking. Now, in various jurisdictions, lawyers have given that much more freedom. But we come from India, where it's very difficult for your lawyer to solicit themselves. It's virtually impossible. There's a very fine line between making one's relevant to marketing and or soliciting oneself. So hence these networking platforms, like I really use LinkedIn very nicely, and I think it's very important for somebody jumping into the field or somebody diving into the field, or even people who are very much established to have a good LinkedIn presence, because you never know who reaches out to you, who's reading them at what point of time. I'll give you an example. This time last year, a global multinational group's general counsel just glanced through my profile, found it interesting enough, reached out to me through LinkedIn personal messaging. About cases related to foreign banks in India. And we had our negotiations. We managed to close the deal, and now they're amongst my largest clients. But this purely happened not because of me reaching out to anyone or showcasing myself. I was just there and thereabout when somebody needed to come to me. And they found that the stuff I do, the stuff I've done was relevant to them. Which is why it's very important, where you can't solicit yourself. It's very important to make sure when somebody reaches out to you or reaches out to your pages, they have the relevant kind of information that's fed in. And as I've said, outreach. Now, another facet of not being able to sell oneself or market oneself is you are not able to reach out to people. That's where a lot of these legal portals have come in, and they're across the globe now, but they're more so there in Asia and India, where foreign nationals, even locals, they're looking for specific topics or particular kind of case help or documentation help or stuff, where they don't know who to reach out to. So they reach out to these portals. These portals screen their requests, match them to the right kind of advocate, and essentially the advocate is able to also get access to the client, and the client is able to reach out to the right kind of person to deal the information with them. That's also a great integration where it increases the outreach of the lawyer. It makes sure that a lawyer is able to reach out to many people, is able to speak about many things, is not having to spend time reaching out to people, but is able to access people, data, information through these portfolios. And something also that I really wanted to speak about was, as most of you all would be aware, is ODR, which is online dispute resolution. Dispute resolution is actually, for what I firmly believe, is the way forward. And now what has happened is, because of the pandemic hitting us, because of the sudden integration of virtual courts, I really feel India on its own has also grown forward. A lot of developing nations has grown forward as far as the way law is perceived and the way access to judiciary and access to justice is there. Through these online dispute resolutions and such portals, you are able to sit in your backyard, sit in your office. The other person is able to sit in their particular office, maybe anywhere across the globe, have the judge or the arbitrator or the mediator or the dispute resolutor sit anywhere where they're there. The seat is pre-decided. The procedure, whether to follow the SIAC rules or whether to follow the Hong Kong arbitration rules or the Indian arbitration rules or likewise London arbitration rules, that is also decided. In that sense, we are able to run an entire case without having to move out. We are able to solve that without having to travel across countries, travel across the cities. And that is also a decree within itself, which is a proper certified decree, which is enforceable in law. And as we all know, a lot of our countries have integrated laws where, a judgment of one court is valid across the globe in many co-signatory countries. Hence, something like this is really important because that is not just it's basically allowing law to reach out not just on the global scale, not just on a national scale, but also allowing law through data, through technology, through infrastructure to reach out to those various villages and unknown places where people couldn't have access to justice before. Thanks to ODR, there are so many in India we have something known as the National Lok Adalat, which happens every year, where essentially a lot of these local and unreachable cases where people have filed cases which are pending since years, they go through 3 days of process, and most of them are tried to be solved through settlement. But that can only happen when there is such portal and there is such access provided to them. And I see it's virtually impossible and for one to be ever present and be everywhere, but these things make sure that you are as present as possible into various locations. I really feel technology and legal, especially for younger lawyers, is very important because they help you fast forward your career. Back in the day when I started my practice, I was told, especially for counsels, that you need to wait for 6-7 years for you to be really relevant, for you to find the right kind of clientele. You may have to work for free, you may have to work into various things, but that's not the case. I see my growth has really charted well from working on my own to having an office which has about 25 odd lawyers inside, about 30 more lawyers which work with me outside my office, offices spread across. Now those, and allowing me time to spread my wings onto various specters of law. Law is a huge umbrella. There's only that much that you can do. But these are the kind of things that really help one grow in the right direction and really fast. Now with that, I'll pause in for a bit, and I'd really love Ashish to give us a few words on this topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think you've given us an insight into the day-to-day life of a lawyer and how technology has been a great equalizer in terms of how law is practiced across various countries. Today, technology is not only helping lawyers manage their cases, but it is also enabling the industry as such with their research, with the kind of drafting that is required. As a counsel practicing in any field, you spend most of your time doing two things. One is research, and the second is drafting. Today, you have large technology companies who are investing great sums of money in this kind of technology. We have also seen investments from various multinationals into their own organizations to enable law take care of itself. The need for a person to sit down and research, the need for a person to sit down and draft has, I think, almost been eliminated because the machines or the technology used in these activities are very, very efficient, and more importantly, they are error-free. When there is a human element involved in any form of activity, there are chances of errors, and errors can spiral into costs. Technology has enabled us to get rid of these errors and do or achieve the result in a much quicker and faster manner. Going a step further, we have seen across the globe certain jurisdictions using chatbots or artificial intelligence, machine learning tools to decide cases which do not require any form of evidence being adduced, which do not require any form of arguments being advanced. These cases are simply fed into the desired system and the result is produced. The legislature in these countries are designed in such a fashion that these judgments or orders or pronouncement made by these artificial bots are non-appealable. And they are very much limited to, say, traffic offenses, say, statutes which do not require chance of an appeal. These are laws of the land which have to be implemented. And here, any involvement of humans is being cut out completely. Apart from how technology is enabling lawyers today to practice across the globe, it has also enabled lawyers to ease their practice. I think across the globe, during the pandemic, there has been very speedy uptake of online hearings or hearings where lawyers need not be present in the court before a judge. If I would like to be India specific, I think lawyers as such, the legal community as such, is very, very resistant to change. We don't like change at all. We like to follow the system that has been set. We like to just carry on with how it is going on. Fortunately for us, in the Indian legal system, in its apex court, the Supreme Court, they've had some really wonderful judges who are heading the E-committee, who are putting their foot down and ensuring that the smallest courts in the country are equipping themselves with technology in order to help litigants. Gone are those days when a litigant would struggle to get a matter listed, would struggle to find a hearing before a judge, or would struggle to find a lawyer to do his case. Technology as such has been an extremely great equalizer in terms of helping a litigant conduct his case. He is well informed in the public domain of what has happened to his case. He is well informed of what are the documents that have filed in support of his case. And the more magical part is, he is today able to sit at the comfort of his home or in his chamber, in his boardroom, in the office, and watch his lawyer perform. A few courts in India have enabled public streaming of cases as and when they are being argued. So the fraternity as such was very resistant to this. The bar was very resistant to this, and now I think we have come to realize that this is slowly restoring the faith in judiciary, in the way we function, and in the method in which we go about conducting a particular case. This does not that it does not come with devils behind its back. We've had some funny incidents in courts, in parliament, in fact, where things which should not have been caught on camera have been caught on camera. But I think it is part and parcel of how a legal toolkit enabled by technology is helping the litigant per se. The mindset where the legal fraternity used to be among itself, they promote themselves, they appreciate each other, and even the system of appointing judges today is slightly changed. There is a lot of talk of, in a country as diverse as India, there's a lot of talk of even changing the system by which judges are being appointed. This is all thanks to one simple thing, technology. Because technology is enabling number of stakeholders to come on board, to express their views, and more importantly, to know what exactly is going on. It's no longer clouded behind black robes, but it is open to the public, to the litigant, to see how their cases are being handled. There is one last thing I would like to add with respect to tech in the legal fraternity. We are always surrounded by books. we are always surrounded by paper, and we are always surrounded by documents which need to be filed, which need to be compiled, so on and so forth. There is the National Company Law Tribunal, which deals with company cases in India. They have a system. The unfortunate part is the leading body which governs the National Company Law Tribunal is the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and not the judiciary. Because what the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has done is this. They have said as a blanket rule that all your filings are going to be only online. They do not accept filings physically. No physical papers are to be submitted before these courts, these tribunals. These are quasi-judicial bodies, but they have started approaching, or for a few years have been approaching the legal fraternity or the legal cases paperless. They have big screens before them, they are accessing these screens, and we are able to conduct these cases. The Supreme Court did this, a lot of high courts did this during the pandemic, but today it is unfortunate that we are all creatures of habit, and the judiciary prefers us to be in front of them in person. Now, with the Chief Justice of India, who's also heading the E-Committee, taking charge and having a lot of time on his hands. I think he's in charge for over a year and a half now from date. I firmly believe that there is going to be a monumental change in how technology is going to be used and how technology is going to enable litigants to handle their cases better. Yes.
Thank you, Ashish. You've really spread across how machine learning, technology, data is really the go forward, you know. Those are the backbone for various fundamental changes that are happening across the board. But I had a question for you. You mentioned machine learning data, but with that is also, especially both of us come from a country where cases are considered sacred, cases are considered private in that sense. A lot of cases are considered private. Now, machine learning data, what essentially that is doing is taking things open in that sense. There's a lot of breach of privacy that is happening. There are data banks now. So as my friend mentioned, the National Company Law Tribunal, the National Company Law Tribunal has also opened up information utilities. Now those information utilities are essentially data banks. They're storing numbers and numbers of case information, information about corporates and individuals which were otherwise not accessible to the general public. But how do you say that with so much data coming in, isn't that a breach of privacy somewhere? Isn't that somewhere where things are accessible? Maybe not directly, but indirectly somebody can reach out to such information, which they otherwise, and get an unfair advantage where there was none before?
Yes. With any new technology, I think the core of privacy is always going to be affected. When we talk of cases and courts, the documents, once they are filed in court, they become public documents. And related parties can follow the procedure, apply for these documents and get the copies. But with respect to data breach and the amount of data that is fed into these systems, we go parallel on the great debate which we had with respect to the unique identification number system that was brought about in India very recently. The argument was that biometrics were being taken of every citizen in the country, and a unique identification number called Aadhaar was being issued. So unique identification numbers are not new for developed economies. England, UK has them, the United States has them, and now India has followed suit. Every citizen, it is as good as his proof of citizenship. The unique identification number today is as good as his proof of citizenship. there was a lot of protest with respect to biometrics being taken and stored in a government database. The courts went through the round of litigation, and it was said that yes, your privacy is extremely important. It will be protected, and without your consent, it will not be shared. Unfortunately, this did not coordinate or fall in place well with GDPR being implemented in India. We are still, I think we've gone through 7 or 6 rounds of modifying the GDPR. It's been heavily changed from what the guidelines have been laid down. And this is a perennial issue, because courts in India have always protected privacy. Aadhaar is probably one of the first cases. The unique identification number is one of the first cases where the government and the judiciary worked together and acknowledged that the benefits that you are going to get from having unique identification numbers for each citizen far outweighs the remote chance of your privacy being invaded. This is one facet of the entire argument. The second facet, with respect to corporates having the advantage to access their competitors' documents or case files, is something that has not yet happened, and I hope it will not happen. Even if it does, I think it has to be taken along the way, and we will have to deal with it. We'll have to cross the bridge when we get there. What is most impressive is, as a country, India today is very, very receptive to technology, and the legal field is not far behind.
Thank you, Ashish. In fact, I feel not just India, but on a global stage, the legal toolkits have really made people aware to various new avenues and making life easier across the globe to access good legal assistance or good legal consultation in a particular jurisdiction. For example, along with my global partners, we are working on a particular platform where we are going to allow people to purchase certain legal remedies in buckets, which would then enable those buckets to reach the right kind of legal professional. The legal professional will get the job done in a particular guideline, and those buckets would be resolved within a particular time frame. Now, those are kind of things which was going to give speedy access to judicial remedies in various jurisdictions. For example, if I need remedy in, say, the Netherlands, if I need some legal research, it helps me to access the right kind of people and not waste time over some things. So I think both of us together will really agree to one thing, that these toolkits are really important, and they've really helped optimizing the way law is perceived, the way law is going forward. But along with that, we need to really optimize ourselves and be acceptable towards them, to integrate them into our life as well as our professions, to take it forward in the right directions. Thank you for the same, and would you like to say something?
Yeah, just to add a few final words to how this legal toolkit is essential for the practice of law. There are a few takeaways from this discussion. The first being that we cannot ignore the power of technology, be it any industry. We are in a conference today which on the topics of law and money. We have seen in our demographic, in the Indian jurisdiction, we have seen zero broking companies who have enabled investment in stock markets to the masses. Investment in stock markets, in stocks, securities, used to be reserved for the elite and for the men who knew all. Today, technology companies have come in and are offering such great products which enable any common man to invest in the securities market, to invest in the bond market. In fact, the Prime Minister of India is also very, very keen to equalize through technology. He came forward with the idea that Indians love gold. He came forward with the idea that, yes, I agree Indians love gold, but the gold is just sitting in your cupboard. It is not earning you any interest, nor are you contributing to the economy in any fashion. They came forward with this proposal of issuing gold bonds. These gold bonds can be bought as low as for a gram, and you can buy, I think there is a cap on how much an individual can buy. But the point being, you are holding gold digitally. You are holding gold without having to spend for the security of the gold. It is part of a dematerialized account which holds securities. It is part of a bank account which you can materialize at any point of time. So India as such has been very, very proactive in opening up these markets using technology, and very recently they have also opened up the bond market. Certain sections of the bond market were reserved only to institutions. Today that is not the case. This has been opened up to individuals as well. Technology, without the toolkit to enable this technology, this would not have happened. And thankfully, at an institutional level, the country is adapting these technologies, and over the years, we have seen that it is the common man who's benefiting. Of course, as professionals, we are required to use these technologies to save time, to be more efficient, to work a little less, but the beneficiary of these technologies are, in the legal fraternity, it's probably the litigant, and in the finance sector, I think every common man has got the opportunity to invest, the opportunity to save, and the opportunity to expand or explore different investment opportunities. I think the best is yet to come. Technology is ever evolving, and we hope that as industries, both legal and finance, we are able to open our minds to it, adapt these technologies, and grow. Thank you. We've got a minute. I think we can take a question.
We can take one question, yes? Yes, go ahead, sir. The microphone is just behind you.
Hi, thank you for this lovely session. Thank you for this lovely session. You were talking about ODR systems, and I'm wondering what's your opinion about automated ODR system, which means systems who actually will reduce the action of mediators and lawyers, not put them outside of the picture, but will help them with the burden of cases in courts.
Yes, there are two ways to look at ODR. One is enabling the dispute resolution personnel who's been appointed, a mediator, to use tech to interact with both the parties. The other side is to let these decisions be taken with machines who have the capability to machine learn, who have been fed with information as to how a certain problem needs to be devised. I think personally, we feel that ODR through automated systems is the way forward. Otherwise, it is just you're using another form of a meeting. Instead of meeting in a room, you're meeting through technology. That may be a stopgap solution, but ultimately we should arrive, and I'm sure we will arrive, where certain disputes are resolved through the ODR mechanism.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. In fact, I just want to add one thing to what Ashish said. One more very important thing is the decisions that come out, they really need good enforceability across the globe. Like that law is also evolving, that understanding is also evolving, where acceptance of decisions, where people felt this is online. Now, this is not just considered online, but this is as real as it can get. And acceptability is evolving, and that needs to add to give enforceability to it. Otherwise, it's just going to add more and more time to things as they come about. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Josh. Ashish. The Legal Tech Toolkit. If we can pose for a quick photo. Thank you very much, gentlemen. One chair, please, sir. Our next session is on why innovation is the key to mission-driven finance. In today's competitive landscape, it is important for organizations to stand out from the crowd. Being mission-driven doesn't mean you can't be innovative. In fact, being innovative is one of the best ways to achieve your goals. So please let us welcome on stage Mr. Majid Al-Tunisi, CFO, Mr. Amit Bendale, co-founder and SVP Data Sciences for Bright Capital, and Mr. Ish Anand, founder and CEO, Your Growth Story, CEO Country Manager, Global Wealth Group, and Director for Business Doctors India. Welcome, gentlemen. All right. So we shall set the timer. Please be mindful of the time. Save some minutes for questions from the audience, as there are several people that need to catch a flight after this day. All right, the floor is yours, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's coming to the end of day, so we're going to try and make it as interesting and as interactive as possible. So I'm going to take the liberty of, of also flipping it over to the audience so that they can share some of their thoughts. So without further ado, Majid, welcome, and Amit, welcome. I'm going to ask the two of you to briefly introduce yourself first. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, sir. My name is Majid Al-Tunsi. I'm the CFO of one of the international branch banks in Saudi Arabia. I have been working with Excel modeling, financial modeling, and recently research about robotics and AIs.
Amit?
Myself, Amit. I'm the co-founder of Bright Capital. We are a US fintech, 3-year-old, and trying to disrupt the financial industry with a clear mission of giving AI-driven power of financial planning to everyone. Yeah, and I've been in the industry for 10 years, engineering, data science, AI, and machine learning. Those are my areas of work. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So what is mission-driven finance? So mission-driven finance is a little different from your usual fintech model. Anything which is mission-driven has some amount of social impact or a social cause attached to it. So what you're doing essentially is there is an aspect of ensuring you have a positive impact on society. I think post-COVID, post-pandemic, I think that has been a very big issue. It's been a very big priority for governments, for corporates, for companies, and for society in general to make sure that they're able to measure up to this particular aspect. Governments are also imposing rules and regulations now on the industry that a part of your budgets needs to go towards CSR, towards mission-driven finance, and it needs to be more inclusive. Many countries, many governments are now imposing penalties if you don't allocate portions of your budget for mission-driven activity. It could be finance, it could be something else, but it needs to be mission-driven. So, Majid, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to ask you, Saudi Arabia has been in the news for many, many different things now. And, you know, we keep on hearing about some of the most interesting developments that have been happening in Saudi Arabia over the last year or 2 years. There's a young ruler who's extremely dynamic, you know, who also looks at the social aspect, who looks at women, who looks at several other enterprises. Do you want to share with the audience, because everybody's been talking about Saudi Arabia, but nobody's really come out and spoken about some of the initiatives that are happening in Saudi Arabia. So I'm going to ask you to share with our audience what's happening in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, thank you, sir. Now, in general, there is nothing... Oh, okay, like this? Yeah. Yes, thank you, sir. Now, recently, our Crown Prince has established the Saudi Vision of 2030. This vision covers a lot of topics, as you just said. One of them is empowering women, and we saw the transformation, the tremendous transformation of women, from a housewife, as we can say, to now leading companies, leading banks, leading financial institutions, climbing the ladders. It's really wonderful what's happening now. Other topics like the new projects, the mega project, or even the giga projects, like new real estate, Red Sea development. It's all taking Saudi to the next level. Now, regarding this topic, one of the criteria of the vision that Saudi has invested in technologies heavily and digitalization. And we can see that, especially started from COVID back in 2020, our government sectors used to be fully labor intensive, where you cannot do anything but go to their offices. Now, currently, as we speak, the majority of the government sectors and even law disputes are, let's say, 90% online. You can finish whatever you want online on your spot, whatever. You can open a company, you can do whatever you want, even renewing your ID if you want. So this is one aspect regarding this. Other that you have mentioned the CSR. Now, currently, as we speak, 2 months ago, our education minister said like there is a new criteria that anyone that is in high school cannot graduate until he finishes such an amount of time, hours for CSR. Other than that, a lot of companies are CSR driven to give back to the country, as well as let's say in Ramadan they provide iftar. Other than that, they go to old houses, they help out people, and there are a lot of CSR activities going on now and then. If we want to go specific for mission-driven finance, and Mr. Ahmed can give more insights on this, I did a research where in the US, a lot of companies regarding mission-driven finance, they focus on linking investors, charities, personal individuals, private ventures with local communities and businesses to provide them with financing that is tailored to them. Now, of course, they have to help the society and give back to society and businesses. This way, they can grow the society, grow the business, where in contra they will give or they will add their labor, and unemployment rate will go down. And they will benefit also in other ways to the society by increasing their income, which will they pay more taxes, and it's a wide circle, so it will help everyone.
Thank you very much. Thanks for giving the Saudi Arabian perspective. Amit, over to you. You know, you've worked in both the Indian and the American markets, the US markets. India today is probably, you know, maximum in the news for its fintech developments. Number of very, very heavy path-breaking initiatives. I want you to just touch on one or two of those. please also talk about, what you've seen the current Prime Minister roll out for the bottom end of the segment, because it's that bottom of the pyramid in society that really requires a lot of those initiatives. And if the impact percolates down to that bottom end of the pyramid, society in general will benefit. So please do share your thoughts about that.
Right. So before going into the specific instances, I would like to just clarify about mission-driven finance and what does innovation mean. So when we talk about mission-driven finance, it's really towards the society at large. And to impact the society, you have to first impact the individuals. That starts from there. So examples of mission-driven finance could be, for example, at our Bright Capital, are getting people out of debt, right? Improving their scores, credit ratings, so that it enables them to get better loans, right? And improving their wealth. Now, these priorities could be different for different cultural settings, but largely everybody has certain financial aims or goals, right? Now, these are missions, these are big, and when you are mission driven, you care about the impact and results rather than the products. So you think backwards from the mission and then build your products, right? So the requirements to be mission driven are to pivot your products if they are not impacting at regular times, to take innovation in your leap, because without that you won't be able to create the impact on the mission, because if it were that easy, everybody would be doing that. It needs hyper-personalization, because at the end of the day, every consumer is different. You need to understand their situation. Either the machines have to understand or you as a person has to understand them. And lastly, leverage the power of AI, right? AI, frankly, is a bit loosely used word. It's a very vast field, but let's start with intelligent automation at all the layers which we are experiencing. And then we go into machine learning and then into AI, right? So these are the key elements of mission-driven finance and innovation. Now, taking specific examples of India and US, I think one of the biggest innovations in recent times has been the UPI in India, which has reached the grassroots level, even like small sellers and new joiners into any kind of business. It is a seamless payment experience, totally technologically driven, transactions happening within seconds, very little failures, right? And a wide adoption in the country. It's not even there at that level in the US. So in that manner, India has really progressed very fast. And then further apps have built upon them, like Google Pay, etc. So the adoption has been really good in India, and the government also is improving its regulations, relaxing it a bit, understanding the need of technology. And given the smartphone reach now, even at grassroots level, it has been really good, especially in India. Now we as a company, we operate in US, but we are going to be like the first tech company operating out of India for the US market. So the tech, there is a lot of tech talent coming out of India, and if you're trying to solve a financial problem for a geography, you need to understand the cultural element as well of that country. For example, debt is a big issue in US, right? So people need to handle their debt well, otherwise they'll spiral into debt, especially if you take credit card debt, right? You know, credit card is a genius invention. If you handle it really well, it can benefit you a lot. But if not, then you can really snowball into it, right? So you need good management tools for that. And talking about innovation, the other aspects are, because everybody is going towards the technology. So now it is a time to move from plain recommendations to automation as well. So, like, for example, in financial planning or financial advisory, you could recommend n number of things to the customer, but given the busy schedules of customers or the lack of financial knowledge or the lack of the power of decision making, should I choose this product, that product, this setting, that setting, right? We should try to do it for the user, right? So that's the action versus just the recommendation part. And yes, AI, if not controlled well, can also fail sometimes. But that's the thing. You need to set the right expectations and use it, as we had discussed in previous session, use it like an informed decision system so that you can benefit from it the maximum. Yeah.
Thanks, Amit. Some very interesting perspectives. India's case, an example. We have an interesting, small but an interesting audience here. I know I was at lunch with one gentleman from Bangladesh. I know he's sitting here right in front of me. And one of the most amazing mission-driven financial models that I've seen come across many years has been Grameen. And Grameen, I don't know how many of you know, but Grameen was an absolute pathbreaker. It was something that, which won the founder number of global awards. So, just to make it a little more interesting, can I request you, Mahbub, to come up to the mic and share what you can tell us about the Grameen initiative? Yeah, it'll help a lot of us understand what mission-driven finance is all about.
Sure. Is it working? Yeah. Thank you. As I remember, Grameen first actually.
You might want to be a little louder so that everybody can hear you.
Okay. Grameen first formed in '98, and initially they thought actually they will be doing the mobile network to the women, empowering women at the very village level. And after 20 years, they are now #1 network in the country. And in terms of transaction, there are system is being used by a company called Bikash. It's like a M-Pesa type. And the unbanked people, I think more than 1 million people, they brought into the financial sector now. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Mahbub. Thank you. For those of you who don't know Grameen at all, Grameen was one of the first initiatives of its kind in the world for women, where women were empowered to be sellers, bankers, traders, everything that you can think of. And it happened in Bangladesh. And the founder won a number of global awards. He's been a pathbreaker. He's gone and set up similar operations in a number of countries across the world. There have been different books that have been written, case studies in universities across the globe, and that's something that has been a trend across the world. So.
Yeah, just to add more actually, Grameen is the first bank actually given loan to the woman without any collateral, and
right.
Success rate is 99%.
That's right, and very technology enabled.
Exactly.
All mobile phone.
Exactly.
And amazing initiative.
Yeah.
I've read the book about Grameen, and I would recommend all of you, whoever want to look at mission-driven finance, read the book on Grameen. It's a very interesting story.
Yeah.
So,
quite impressive and loan default culture in Bangladesh, as you know, and 99% loan recovery is a big success. And Professor Dr. Yunus, he got the Nobel for that actually.
That's right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mahbub. Anybody else wants to share an initiative on mission-driven finance from their part of the world? Be very happy to listen, and we can share the knowledge with the rest of the crowd. No? Anybody? Please, Senthil. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Senthil. I'm from Bangalore. Of course, the mission-driven finance is everywhere. It's like a SaaS nowadays in India as well. Yeah, of course, we do focus the customer sustainability aspect in the long term, not just in the short term of various channels, but how we can help them so that we won't get impacted in terms of the regulators aspect as well. We can give a confidence initially, but how we can give the continuous confidence to customers or the user experience aspect in the long run also really a key. In that perspective, the compliance, regulators, and that should be also part of the mission-driven finance. And I take care of that very closely. It's close to my heart. So that's why I give confidence to my internal stakeholders, the founders, the board, and then the customers as well. So that's very important. I wanted to share this because we wanted to go faster, focus on the Zen or millennials, but at the same time, it's very important to align with the regulators or the compliance or the security aspect as well. So then we'd be able to create a sustainable platform for the user base, and rather than thinking in the post-de facto situation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Senthil.
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, next, the next piece that we'll pick up is, for mission-driven finance to succeed, it's hugely important that not just the technology aspect or innovation, but we also educate people at the bottom end of the spectrum about how they can benefit from technology, from innovation, from various financial tools that are made available to them. Those are initiatives that, if you really look at it across the world is grossly underserved as far as financial literacy initiatives are concerned. I know of a number of initiatives that are happening in my part of the world. There are a lot of banking and financial services organizations that are now coming up with women's groups that work at the village level, that work with young college students, that work with housewives, or with women folk who want to come back into the workforce. That's a huge, potent weapon that they carry. One of the sessions previously during the day, in India itself, if women started contributing into the workforce, those women who are still sitting at home, if they started getting back into the workforce, the contribution to the GDP would be tremendous. It would make a difference like none other. It would push India from number 5 today to number 3 or maybe even number 2. That's how potent mission-driven activity, and especially on the financial literacy side, can be. So is there somebody in the group who wants to talk about financial literacy in their markets, in their geographies? Can I attempt you? Yeah. Sanjeev, please.
Good afternoon. Since you asked, I said I better talk and support you and me. Okay, so I come from Singapore, and I think most of you know Singapore has got one of the highest GDPs in the world, right? And the government has got a lot of money. Don't ask me how they got the money, but one of the things they have done is that, to help people in financial literacy, they have tied up with the Monetary Authority of Singapore and the Institute of Banking and Finance, where for every Singaporean, right, and this is the best part of it, if you're above 40 like me, you only pay 10% of the course.
Are you above 40?
Yes, I'm 52.
Ah, okay.
So I am very happy to be one leg in the grave, and the government pays for everything. So if the course fee is, let's say, $9,000, I only pay 10%. 90% is paid for by the government because I'm above 40. And if I'm below 40, I pay 20%, which is still not too bad. And if you cannot pay, the government will pay the full 100% for you. And they tie up with associations like International Compliance Association with ACAMS in US to educate people in the financial space. And what the government also did, I don't know if any one of you know here, but they had a program where they pay you money to study. And I'm not kidding you. They pay you for 6 months, $1,000 a month to study. So I did that. I studied a course in accounting. I said, what doesn't make a difference to me? But it's really one of those things the government has done at a national level to educate people. And their rule is very simple. If you want to study and you don't have money, they will fund you. So I think that's what I wanted to share with you.
Thank you very
Thank
much, Sanjeev. Thank you. That's fantastic. You know, ladies, let's go from table to table. Do you have something that you can share with us from your area of the world on financial literacy, on women's focused finance?
Hi, my name is Ali Alzira. I don't know, just now I came late, but if you are talking about finance support, not just for women, for all over, I would love to speak about Bahrain, Kingdom of Bahrain. It is like Dubai before 20 years, before booming. So Kingdom of Bahrain trying to attract all the investors to Bahrain. So they give a finance support for any activity, new company, new CR, no sponsorship. Most of it, 90% will be the owner, the foreigner, or the local, the same benefits, which is most of it something called Tamkeen from Ministry of Commerce, which is giving 50% supporting, finance support for marketing, branding, equipment. If you hire a Bahraini staff there, they will pay their salary the first year 70%, the next year 50%, the third year 30% of the salary. They don't want the money back. It's all free. Includes so many things. Just they are helping the people to start their business, whatever it is, local, foreigner, whatever the nationality, plus an export and import. They are paying their warranty for the goods around 90%, and if they didn't get their money, the Bahrain government will pay for the people who's working in export and import. So there's a lot of course, there's also special supports for the woman, but in general, I think my country is doing a great job for anyone who wants to start the business in Bahrain. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else in the audience who wants to share some thoughts? No, the audience is very quiet after lunch. I think everybody is just waiting to have a cup of coffee, receive their awards, and then go back home. But anyway, thank you very much. Thank you for participating and sharing some of your thoughts. Gentlemen, any last thoughts before we close down?
If you want, we can give some initiatives on fintech and mission-driven and
Please,
robotics.
please.
One idea I read about regarding the US, I read about robotics, and I'm doing a research now regarding robotics versus humans advisors. Now, we cannot rely fully on robotics. There's always the human aspect. As the best thing I read is to do a hybrid between humans and robotics. But again, in the investment world, there are a couple of companies that are fully digitalized on robotics, in which you can just open the application by your mobile phone. They will let you know what do you want to invest in, hedge funds, whatever you want. They take all your information like in a survey, 5-minute survey, and they provide you a tailored investment just like that. You don't need to even speak to any human advisors. This has a lot of benefits, in especially young individuals who cannot afford the high fees and do not have this massive asset-wise. So this is, I found this very, very interesting. And as an initiative for mission-driven finance, now a couple of companies in the US, as we previously stated, they're linking individuals with investors by normal means, paperwork and so on. We can, like in Saudi, because we are focusing now on fintech and digitalization, we can create a virtual fintech company which has an application, mobile phone or a tablet that it gives you two options, let's say, an investor side and a borrower side. Of course, if you're an investor, you're calling investors, and the other was vice versa. Now, it will take 5 minutes only for both sides to commit. After that, the application will be fully utilized and run by AIs, algorithms, and robotics. It will, let's say, give you 3 options. Now, if you're a borrower and you want a normal interest payment, you'll check like option 1. If you want a partnership, you got option 2. And the final one is percentage of equity to the stakeholder, let's say for 10 years, and that's it. So there are a lot of options going on on nowadays. Off topic, our Saudi banks nowadays are fully going to digitalization. I can give like 3 or 4 banks now that they are fully digitalized in the sense and that you don't even need to go to them. Just in your application, do whatever you want, mortgages, personal finances, whatever, it's done within minutes. You can open, get credit cards, whatever you want. So we are going there. But the thing is, of course, you know that there is a lot of fears, resistance, challenges, especially the elderly. They do not like robotics. They want individual face-to-face. So yeah, we have to overcome this fear and we have to move on so we don't get back. Mr. Ahmed?
Thanks. Amit, can I request you, can you share with the group how the insurance system, the government-driven insurance system in India has been built and what the government has done, how it's percolated down to the bottom of the pyramid? Because that in itself is a huge example that people cite, and it's probably the largest such initiative in the world.
Right. So insurance, I think traditionally it has been like a lot of paperwork, etc. Coming like popular LIC, etc. But I think recent times it has been more on the digital front. Getting your application in a few minutes, getting your results pretty quickly, and because of the smartphone, etc. access, it has been very easy to open up your accounts, etc. So I think it has reached quite grassroots levels, and I think you can elaborate a bit more on that.
So there's an initiative in India called Ayushman Bharat. Ayushman Bharat means, you know, India in its wellness quotient. So it's probably the largest insurance initiative in the world that's been driven to the bottom of the pyramid. And it's an example that, you know, people can look at. So every household in the country gets a card linked to their national ID card. And that particular initiative allows you to use state as well as private hospitals. And through a certain formality, the government pays for all the treatment at different levels in different states and different kinds of hospitals for different kinds of treatments. It's all automated. There is no manual intervention in it. It's all QR code driven. It's all driven through your one national ID card. Yeah, and it's an amazing, for those of you who are from India, I'm sure you know what Ayushman Bharat is all about. And you know, that in itself, like many other initiatives that the government is currently driving in India for the bottom end of the pyramid, is a huge and a humongous initiative. There's another one where during COVID, because India has such a huge, you know, disparity in the income levels, you know, the top end has everything at its disposal, whereas the bottom end had tremendous difficulties procuring food grain, procuring various other things. The government came out with an initiative where they were able to finance and deliver food to the bottom end of the pyramid within certain limits. That is, every month you would get X amount of rice, X amount of lentils, X amount of, all the other food stuff. And it was either delivered to your doorstep. Many states were able to actually deliver it to your doorstep, and all through a QR code driven system. Or some states were able to deliver it through a chain of government run shops. So there are many such initiatives that are being driven, I know in my part of the world, and that's why I wanted to open it out to the entire audience to, if they have something to share what's being done in their part of the world, it'll make all of us a lot wiser. But if not, then, any last comments? Otherwise, we'll close up.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about the fintechs and in general lending as well within fintechs. So the issue till now with fintechs has been, yes, the acquisition of customers, which is pretty easy for the banks, but fintechs had to struggle a bit as to how to acquire customers, mainly due to technology reasons or other marketing aspects. But I think even that is solvable if you go towards more data-driven, right? So use your data really well. If you focus on that, you can acquire customers well. I want to share a few thoughts about where the lending industry is also going, right? So imagine you guys getting any loan, right? Generally from the bank. It would take a lot of paperwork, at least a week's time, right? And collaterals, etc. And probably, and post that, bank would also tell whether they can offer you the loan or not, right? So traditionally, banks have been operating on the safe side of the segment, like sort of well-to-do or not so risky users, etc. But fintechs now are innovating into the not so obvious users as well. So they are widening the range of who is lendable, why they are lendable, looking at 10 different things about the user, right? Not just the fact that, okay, they earn income or something like that. So they are innovating in the lending space. And imagine the time to take a decision on loan. So we in the US are doing lending within a few seconds. Like you start the app, you link some accounts, and within seconds, you'll get a decision whether you're getting some loans or not, right? So that is real, that is happening at least for small loans. For bigger loans also it will start to happen. And fintechs have a role to change for the society, which is getting a bit non-traditional with their approach. Obviously they have to prove whether it works or not, but then a hybrid model between fintechs and banks can really impact the way people look at finance and affect the society. Yeah.
If I can add to you, Mr. Amit, I can provide a real-life example on this. Now, Saudi has two fintechs company. I will not disclose the name. It grew rapidly. Within a year, they do not use the normal advertising. It's all about word of mouth. And it's like when you go to, let's say, an online shop, and you want to pay now, then you will find this option, the name of the company. I'm like, what is this? Like a new part of marketing. When you click on it, they can provide installments, a micro loan with a certain cap based on your ID. That's it, your ID number. There is no background check, there is nothing. It's like, this is a cap of, let's say, $1,000. You get the instant approval within 5 seconds, and then you make the payment, and then you go get it within minutes. Everything finishes. And this is really, when I saw it, I was so surprised. What is this? So it is really growing fast.
Thanks, Majid. Yes, fintechs are probably advancing at a pace which was unimaginable a few years back. But one of the underlying factors that people are able to do it is because governments, banks, organizations now have data they can access. Your credit,
banking,
your credit, your credibility, your criminal records, and that's a boon, or it can also be a disadvantage at times. But that's an open debate that we can have over many, many hours. So having said that, I'd like to thank all of you. Majid and Amit, thank you. I'd like to thank the audience for having stuck around for such a long time and having been patient. And thank you for participating. If there are any questions, happy to answer. If not, let's just move to the next session. Yeah? Good. Let's go. Let's take a photograph.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. Is there someone from the hotel staff that can remove the chairs and table, please, for the awards ceremony? Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. It's now recognition time, ladies and gentlemen, and we would like to have Mr. Vasim Jarkas, CEO of iBlockchain, our silver sponsor, up on stage to join us and give out the awards. Mr. Jarkas? Had to leave urgently. I'm sorry. Your name, please, miss? We have Elsa Malik to present the awards. Please come up, Miss Elsa. Elsa is the founder of the Blue Monarch Group. All right, so we are ready to begin, shall we? Our first award recipient is Miss Rawan Abdel Noor. Welcome, Rawan. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you for the conference management itself. It was a pleasure being here as part of audience, as part of panelists, as well. Wish to see you all soon. I learned a lot from each and every one of you, and I wish I would participate again in this conference. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Rawan, and congratulations. Our next awardee is Miles Babler. Congratulations, Miles.
Thank you so much. Actually, I'm not Miles because he is sick. I'm his colleague and his partner, and it's a pleasure to take this award. It was a pleasure to meet you and to be part of this conference. Thank you so much, and I hope we'll see us soon again.
Thank you, Miles, and congratulations to you. Our next awardee up on stage, please come up, Miss Carly Brand. Congratulations, Carly.
I'd just like to say thank you so much for giving me this award, and thank you for organizing this event. It has been great being here and an honor being here. And then first of all, just like to say thank you to my parents, who has been my rock throughout my whole life, my biggest supporters, and then most importantly, my Almighty God, who has leading me through my life and being my guide. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brand. All right, next up we have our awardee, Rishab Jogani. Congratulations. Okay, we will hold on to that one for Mr. Rishab. Next up, Ahmed Hussein Zakri. Congratulations, Ahmed.
I'd like to thank everyone here and the organizer, especially the assessment team. This is my first participant in this conference, and I think it will not be the last. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Congratulations. Next up, Rahul Narang. Congratulations, Rahul.
Well, it's been a pleasure, 3 days, meeting different culture people over here and being recognized for this award. I'd like to thank my family back there, my teams, for getting this award, the prestigious one. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Next up, an award for Miss Rebecca Hall. Congratulations, Miss Hall.
Thank you so much. I'm going to keep it very short and sweet. It's always nice to, get recognized when you think that you're just in your own lane doing what you can in life. So yeah, just to get this recognition, it just kind of motivates me to continue doing what I'm doing. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Next up, we have an award for Tero Vesrila. No, we will hold on to Tero Vesrila's. Next up, Ahmed Al Bin Saleh. Welcome and congrats. Also, holding on to Mr. Ahmed, who might have stepped out. Next, an award for Unikrishanan Nair. Congratulations. It seems it's a longer coffee break than... All right. Our next awardee is Amir Tabsh. Also took a flight back home, okay. Thank you, sir. You need to
assist me here. And our next award is for Sagar Bijendra Tejwani, and he is here. Congratulations, Mr. Tejwani.
Well, thank you so much for this award. I would like to thank my family for all their efforts to raise me to this level. The support of my wife was really important for me, so I thank her a lot as well. One person whom I really want to thank is my boss, apparently because he's going to give me some perks after this, hopefully. So yeah, very thankful to all the people who have really assisted me to reach where I am today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tejwani, and congratulations. Up for an award is Ibrahim Khalil Arimala. Congratulations, Ibrahim. Also, all right, we will hold on to Mr. Ibrahim's award. Our next awardee is Mr. Ken Park. Congratulations, Mr. Park. All right. Next up is a virtual award for Mr. Zoheb Amin. And we have his video that will just be coming up shortly behind me.
I am Zoheb Amin, and I'm really thankful to all the organizers of Law 2.0 conference there at Dubai. I'm also thankful to the panel of judges for this recognition of Outstanding Leadership Award. In fact, this recognition really means a lot to me. And while I speak at the back of my mind, it really reminds me of the difficult roads which I have traveled all throughout my career to be here in this journey. And I'm also thankful to my company Zycus and all my colleagues out there for their wonderful support. And last but not the least, I'm also thankful to Sai Narula and Kailash for their wonderful interaction, because for me, they are the face of this Law 2.0 conference. In fact, such recognition motivates me to carry on my law profession. So thank you, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that was Mr. Zoheb Amin. Our final award is also for a virtual delegate, Mr. Tridvish Rajamani. Congratulations.
First off, terribly sorry I could not make it, though I'd have loved to be there. That being said, I'm extremely honored to receive this prestigious award. I'm immensely grateful for the recognition that I've received for my work. From the moment the idea was conceived to transform it into the entity called Thrun required a great deal of effort and several challenges along the way. But each one of them only strengthened my resolve and made me the person I am today, and Thrun the entity it is. Winning this award would not have been possible without the inspiration and the constant support I've received from my family, friends, seniors, and colleagues, for whom I have the greatest respect, and from whom I've derived the strength to expand myself and make focused efforts to better myself. I'm specifically not taking names because the list is too long and will take an eternity, but you all know who you are. I sincerely thank each one of you for helping me reach the stage where I can proudly hold this award as a mark of our achievement. I also promise to keep striving to get better at my work so that we leave a better world for our next generation. This award is a symbol of the blessings that I have received during my journey till now. I dedicate this award to my father, who would be looking down proudly from wherever he is. My mother, who made me think formalizing my passion to help similarly placed individuals. My son, who generally shared much of his bonding time with me, with innumerable people who was able to help along the way. And my family, who stood by me through thick and thin. Thank you, Law 2.0, for this honor. Much obliged. Thank you.
And that was Prithvish Rajamani, our final awardee. And thank you very much, Ms. Elsa Malok, CEO of Blue Monarch Group, for handing out the awards. Thank you very much, Miss.
All right. Well, that wraps up our beautiful three-day conference. I want to thank everyone for coming here today and taking the time out of your weekends to join us. Thank you all to the sponsors, to the exhibitors, and to the delegates for making this a big success. It was a dynamic event. I had a learning experience myself. Until then, please keep on making a difference in the industry, and with all your efforts and dedication, we thank you. If I can please ask everyone to come up on stage for a photo, it would be phenomenal. Everyone, please join me. Oops, DJ, music. All right, everyone. A final group photo, this time not in the sun. Ladies in the front, gentlemen in the back, or the shorter ones in the front, the taller ones in the back, I don't know, maybe that's more gender correct. And this was Money and Law 2.0 conference held in Dubai. Everyone say aye. There's still a few more photo shoots. Okay, one more. Everybody put your right thumb up. Last but not least, a warm thanks to our AV team, the photographers, the videographers, and the boys from Infinium who've put this event together. Thank you, boys, gentlemen. Signing off.